Woo, 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 woo. Let's go. Saturday morning for me. Happy Saturday. This is our usual little morning hour. Partake, indulge in your vices, have your coffee, your beverage, whatever you do. Um, I'm going to talk a little bit. I have two rabbit holes that I'm in right now this morning. And so I want to do a little bit of journaling, talk my thoughts out, get that on record, and then I'll throw up a panel link. Hey, Plasma, what's up? Are you hiking again? Man, I wish I was. Um, so the first rabbit hole kind of continues from last night. I woke up and realized it still bothered me more than I realized it did. As you know, if you watched the stream last night, I got canceled by Satanists. Y'all, I got canceled by Satanists. And I don't know if they're any kind of Satanist like I am, but I would just be very cautious canceling other Satanists. We're not the type to like go peacefully into the night behind it, really. Um, but what I want to do, I want to fit it into the larger theme of being a misfit and kind of the struggles that we go through as we try to interface with the world. So yesterday we looked at, and this is from Wikipedia, they looked at modern Satanism, and there's several different types. Hang on one sec. And one of them, the two main types are, at least of the non-theistic. You have the reactive Satanism, which are people that are Satanist because of some kind of grievance against Christianity. It could be trauma-based, ideological, whatever. And they're the ones that take their Satanism and kind of throw it in the face of Christianity. They have the inverted cross. They're working out their issues on this particular against this particular religion. Nietzsche kind of would be an example of it to me. That is not my kind. When I first converted back in 2019, I thought maybe it might be because that seemed to be modern Satanism is kind of a blend of reactive Satanism and the second type, which is rationalist Satanism, which is what I am. And we'll talk about that in a second. Even though I'm not fundamentally the reactive type, I didn't have any trauma around Christianity growing up. I grew up Catholic. I was an altar boy. I loved it. It had a lot of meaning for me at the time. It was beautiful ceremony. I liked the aesthetics of it. I have good memories. I just kind of naturally outgrew that paradigm once I started looking more into science. Science just seemed to correspond more with the reality that I was living in. And so I made this smooth shift into atheism, naturalism, empiricism, etc. the Socratic rational philosophic values from Greece we've been looking at. This reactive type, initially, I thought that even though it wasn't my core type, I didn't necessarily, I just assumed it was part of Satanism. And so I thought I would be kind of positioned against Christians as well. And what I discovered very quickly, and this was during COVID 2020, we're on lockdown, and I converted in late 2019, so I really didn't have a chance to meet other Satanists. And I've been trying to find other Satanists ever since, because part of the thing that drew me to Satanism was the idea of having a community of other people that also shared those values and were drawn to adopting this as a legitimate religion. That all excited me about Satan. Like, wow, I get to have a religion. I didn't think that was possible for a non-religious, non-believer person like me. And so I did find some Satanists eventually on Discord from the Church of Satan, TST, which is what I had initially joined. And they were woke. This was before I really knew what wokeness was. I just knew that they were policing pronouns, telling people how to talk. they were cool people. I loved them. We hung out together. We had great conversation. Nothing against the people themselves. It was more, I think, the flavor of Satanism that this was. Um, and right away, like one of my the first things I typed in this Discord was, wait, I thought Satanism was about anti-authoritarianism. Like, this is the exact reason I joined Satanism, was to not be told how to talk and what pronouns to use, etc., etc. And that's when I realized, I didn't know it was called wokeness at the time, but I realized it was very social justice oriented and not necessarily, it didn't overlap necessarily with the reasons I joined Satanism. And there was some other behind the scenes stuff that I don't need to get into, but I quickly ended up leaving that little group. And I was kind of a lone Satanist ever since. They call it independent Satanism, or outsider Satanism is another name for it. And so as an outsider Satanist, I've been looking for, they have what's called establishment Satanism, which is basically your Church of Satan, which is Anton LaVey, 1966, and the Satanic Temple, which is Doug Masinko / Lucien Greaves and a few other people in like mid 2000-ish. And that's the one featuring the documentary Hell Satan. They have a few other smaller satanic groups. One of them I'll talk about today. It's the one I got canceled from. But that's all called establishment Satanism. And outsider Satanism is if you're not part, like none of those larger established organizations speak for you, or you feel represent your particular flavor of Satanism. And so outsider Satanists have a problem finding each other and finding the right group for them, because Satanism, hang on. Satanism right now, modern Satanism, it's not. Here, I'm going to read some tweets from, this is from Outsider Satanism. It's a tweeter. He says, Satanism alone doesn't mean anything anymore. For some, it's a strict adherence to LaVey. To some, it's an activist group. To some, it means worshiping the devil. A clearly identified sect feels necessary. Yes, this is one of the problem I think a lot of modern Satanists come to, is there's so many different varieties of it, which I take as a sign of health, much like in Christianity. Like the more denominations it spins off, that shows the richness of meaning that it's able to generate and encompass. He says there's a rational middle ground in modern Satanism between the gatekeeping edgelords on one side and the insincere activism for attention on the other. It is outsider Satanism. So that very much speaks to me and kind of my journey and my quest. So one of the groups I came across lately, mainly because it had a local presence. Actually, okay, so in an attempt to establish alternative organizations to Satanic Temple and oh shit, I looked at comments. It's going to pull me into another rabbit hole. All right. I am fighting the wokeness very hard. Wherever I find it. And especially when it gets directed at me. I'm okay with leaving it alone as long as I don't become on the receiving end of it. And then that's when I have to do my thing. All right. Let me get back on track and hide the comments. Outside. Oh yeah. So there's been attempts to spin off alternatives to Satanic Temple and Church of Satan, and one of them, I think it's started in the UK. It's called the Global Order of Satan, and it's very appealing. And honestly, I haven't interacted with these people at all. There's a local group here that was kind of an outsider Satanist group that became affiliated with Global Order of Satan as one of their chapters or spin-off groups or partners. Let's say partners. So it's not Global Order of Satan itself, but it is the representative of it here in my area, the Pacific Northwest. And they have local events, and it looked like it was an active local presence. So that's what drew me to it. I want to share the Global Order of Satan website itself, because I want to look at a few things. Oh, no, first I wanted to talk about rational Satanism. Let me find my spot. It says in rationalistic Satanism, extreme human emotion, that is one of the features of my Satanism, is it's a religion and a paradigm that allows for a positive relation to those really strong emotions, those emotional overexcitabilities that I talk about. So in rationalistic Satanism, extreme human emotion must be channeled and controlled rather than suppressed and shamed. I would say channeled and maybe decoded for the intelligence and different. But the point is, like, you allow the emotion at its maximum intensity, and then you use that emotion somehow in the pursuit of your own developmental goals. This Satanism believes the 7 deadly sins should be considered actions which lead to physical, mental, and emotional gratification, etc. I'm very much of the hedonistic, Epicurean, indulgent type. I don't believe in repressing. I believe in experience your passion to its full being. That's also a very Cajun ethos. That's kind of how we live as a culture, my people. So it all kind of ties together for me. So here, Wikipedia real quick. Rationalist Satanism is used to describe the trend in the satanic milieu. That's a good word. That's kind of what modern Satanism is. It's a milieu. And you have to find your place in that milieu, which is atheistic, I would say non-theistic, skeptical, materialistic, I would say naturalistic, and Epicurean. And so we looked at that skeptical, that word skeptical, and we came into, surprise, surprise, this thing called skeptical inquiry, which sounds very much like the critical Socratic type of dialogical inquiry that I try to do here, where people present claims and we examine the claims, etc. So I'm like, oh, great. That's exactly what I'm looking for. It sounds like this is perfect rational Satanism. So let's take a look at some of the things I want to point out on the website. Be patient with me here because, no, wrong tab. All right, hopefully you can see the tab that says about the Global Order of Satan. By contrast to other satanic organizations, we focus on the importance of our community in all that we do. Check. A deliberate shift toward inclusive and non-hierarchical organizational structure. Check. That's one of the reasons I was drawn to Satanism in the first place, was the autonomy, self-determination, etc. Local. So this is the activism part, and then an explicit, welcoming environment for those who are LGBT plus and are neurodivergent. So my experience was not welcoming because part of my neurodivergence, my autism, my giftedness, whatever you want to call it, is my rationalism. It's that intellectual overexcitability. So you have the emotional side overexcitability, which you're looking to the Satanism to kind of be able to sustain. And there's also the intellectual overexcitability, which for me is kind of one, along with the imaginational. That did not experience a welcome environment. Now, let me also say, before I go to the next thing, this happened on a live stream. So let me back up. The local group I'm talking about, the affiliate, the partner that I joined, you joined through a Discord. So we were interacting in Discord, and I could tell pretty early it was left-leaning, as a lot of Satanism is, and a lot of groups up here where I am are. But I specifically brought up one day in the conversation that I'm an enlightened centrist. Is there a place for other political viewpoints here, etc.? And one of the people in there, it looked like it was a mod, said, sure, no problem, or something along those lines. And I'm like, great, we're good. a subset of this group, some of the members of this group. I don't know how official they are. I'm not taking them as official. They were just other members like myself that said, hey, we're doing a live stream if anybody wants to check it out. And I'm like, great, a satanic live stream. And it was actually pretty cool because what they did is they had these news headlines related to Satanism. And it was like a satanic news channel. And I'm like, wow, I can tune in and get the latest news of what's going on in Satanism. And they break it down, they analyze it. People can interact in the chat. And I'm like, that should have been a sign that I was getting too excited, that my hopes were getting too high, that I had found something that was very close to what I was looking for. And so in the stream, the claim was made. I talked about this last night. It was in Idaho. Some sheriff's department arrested a guy for child pornography, and the guy happened to be a member of one of the satanic churches. And so in their official press release, they put that information in it. Like they listed out this whole paragraph of all these things he had done. And then they said, and he was a member of such and such satanic church. That didn't sit well with me. That didn't sit well with these streamers either. So they were analyzing the article, and I was going to find out more about it. And I was very much on their side. I didn't see the point of throwing in what religion this person was in connection with this. So somebody in the chat, they could have been anybody. I'm not saying they're affiliated with this group. I don't know who they were. It was a random internet chat person. Said something like, well, the majority of the people that get arrested for this are the Christians anyway. And immediately my brain, it was like the record scratch, because I can tell when something's not adding up or quite right or something, and that's when my rationality kicks in. And so all I said was something like, is that true, or where can I find out more, or something like that. Again, asking for, so that was a claim. It was a strange claim to me. I had not, in fact, I think I said, I wasn't even aware they tracked by religion. So I think I said something like, oh, I didn't even know they tracked by religion. So it was just very interesting. This claim was just interesting to me that it was even made. And then they acted like, well, duh. Doesn't everybody know this? Like, you're a Satanist and you don't know that the majority of Christians, again, reactive Satanism, not rational Satanism. And it devolved from there. It got into, well, you can Google it. I don't have to provide a source. Like the defensiveness that comes when you ask somebody to defend their position, which is completely normal in rationalism, at least the Socratic rationalist tradition that I come from. So then the host on the stream started to bring the conversation onto the stream, and very much to me looked like they were siding with the commenter. And somebody made a comment like, it was something like, maybe you don't belong here if you don't know this. This is not for you, or something. And I said, because it led me, whatever they said, it led me to say something like, if I don't belong here, that's fine. I'll leave. I thought it supported rational values, etc. And then I left. And then I went in the Discord and I made a comment that I attempted to go and watch the stream and had to leave because they weren't. My attempt to ask for further information got met with a lot of resistance, something along those lines. I'm not in the Discord anymore, so I can't look it up because I got canceled. So after that, the people in the Discord, and I'm sure some of them were mods. It's hard to tell, but it looked like some of them were official mods of this Discord, which is the presence of this affiliate partner group for global organization. Got into a conversation about, they sent me a link on Catholicism and child abuse, and I said, no, I was talking about this claim about child pornography and Christianity. And I said, I'm going to stream about it. If anybody would like to come on, I'm going to talk about it more, examine it, etc. And then I went live and I turned on the stream and I posted the link. And I didn't pay attention to it anymore after that. When I went back after the stream was over, the whole Discord had disappeared from the whole server had disappeared from my list, which means I was taken out of it. I was removed from the server. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay. I just got canceled. So it was either a result of the conversation that was spawned by this stream about this claim, or it was something I said on the stream. But no conversation was had. This is how cancellation works. I've been canceled from the autism community over some trans stuff. All I did was get an email saying you've been removed. It's unilateral. There's never a conversation. There's no due process. It's just poof, you're canceled because you don't fit into our groupthink or whatever, which is weird because I was looking for a Satanism without groupthink in the first place. That's the point of rational Satanism. So let's look at some of these pillars of global order of Satan. No, that's the one we looked at. All right, this. It helps define how we live our lives and interact, etc. They guide and empower you to live a satanic lifestyle. No single pillar should be raised higher than any other. Our actions should be guided by them collectively. Self-fulfillment, personal understanding, respect the body, the will, the sovereign right of individuals. Here's my big one. Science, evidence, reason, and critical thinking should guide our beliefs about our universe. Truly critical thinking can only be achieved by challenging your own preconceptions and opinions, providing a more balanced outlook to help us make better informed decisions. That is what we do on this stream. This is the Socratic method, the dialectic method, the dialogical method of finding truth. I could have written this paragraph myself, so it shows that they wrote this. This seems like gaslighting because I see this and I think, wow, perfect. Empathy and compassion, justice, it's always takes precedence over laws, institutions, and religious texts. I'm very cautious to placing anything over our laws and institutions because I'm very concerned about social stability. I do think there's some gray areas there, especially as a Satanist, as long as the pursuit of it does not countermand the other pillars, like pillar number 3. And then people make mistakes, sure. Allow them to correct, sure. All right, let's look at one more thing. Why did I mark this tab? Oh, yeah. Look, about activism. People can be superstitious and reactive as individuals and in groups, which is often a symptom of ignorance or entitlement. And we'd like to change that way of thinking. Of course, it's an uphill battle. I know. I fight it every day on the street. But every movement towards social equilibrium requires us in the forefront. If the world takes steps to shift its collective approach to differences away from defensive and protective, making an intentional movement towards vigilant integrity in our approach to truth, understanding, and self-awareness. So we seem to share the same values. It's over and over and over in this website. And look about the activism. We're Satanists, make no mistake. It's the lessons of the literary Satan. That is my Satanism, Romantic Satanism, which is part of the Western intellectual tradition. So my Satanism is also stationed in that, the rationalist tradition. Because we're committed to acting on our beliefs, philosophy can take the form of activism. But then they said in that pillar here that science, evidence, reason, and critical thinking should guide our beliefs. So if you're going to have beliefs that you act on, you're saying yourself that they should be guided by these values, and that can only be achieved by the challenging of those preconceptions and opinions, which is that rational inquiry or that critical inquiry that I was trying to bring to the situation. So I think that the cognitive dissonance is valid. It seems. I think that something happened here that I could not have foreseen or predicted, and my experience was not as represented on the website. Not with neurodivergence, autism, giftedness, not with the satanic values or the satanic rationalism. So I just want to have all this archived and documented. I think that's all I want to say about that. The other rabbit hole that I'm in, let me catch up on some comments real quick. Oh, you're going on another hike. Oh man. Well, good. Hike for the rest of us that can't get out right now. Chuck, hello. I just need some gay conversion therapy. I'm working on it, not loss. Let's see. Scientology, Mormon, Satan is a form. Well, it's not social engineering if I'm doing it myself. Like nobody's forcing me to convert to Satanism. I'm choosing and determining all this myself. So it's not social. I call that more personal development. They're targeting people with certain to butt race the system. What does butt race mean? I'm gay and I don't even know that one. With abnormal thought, like the neurodivergent, I admit to the abnormal thought patterns, but I deny that anybody's preying on me. I don't even know any other. This is what happens when I try to meet Satanists. So how can anybody be preying on me when they can't even keep me in their group? But it is true, at least at the time I was in it with Satanic Temple, that the majority, it was over 50%, were LGBT plus and or neurodivergent, that intersection, which was also me. Like I was part of that intersection too. Let's see, Satanisms. I wish that, like, that's the Satanism of yesteryear that I long for. Now I'm getting weird Satanism. I'm not genocide in Gaza. There's not a genocide happening. See how you're propaganda brained? And I don't know the radical right saying no more war. I don't know those people. Oh, that I got canceled by Satanists. No. There were people still in the server. Um, I definitely got this. I got removed from the server without any conversation, explanation, DM, anything. You know why it sucks, because they do it to shut down conversation. They do it to isolate their viewpoint or their mythos from other stories that challenge it. And I have no problem with that, but just be honest about that's what you're doing. Don't pretend to be this one thing and operate like this other thing. That's what cancel culture could only truly be carried out by people who don't value liberal, open dialogue and free inquiry. The which rationalism require, like that's the oxygen and the fuel that they kind of work in hand, because rationalism is the fuel that drives the need for that open, kind of free and open society that's uses inquiry to get it to collaborate on some kind of shared truth seeking. And that kind of rationalism depends on having a culture of free and open inquiry. And we did that Northrop Frye essay. We looked at the first type of thinking, the mythological type, mythos, and the second type, the logos, the logical type, developed from it. And as it developed, because it, like in the pre-Socratic Ionia, back even before Socrates, when they started looking at the physical world as it was and trying to find non-mythical explanations for it and isolate just the phenomenon itself, a different set of social values began to crop up because the needs were different. And so we get this second type of thinking and second set of stories that's more logocentric or logos. Oh, Okay, let's address this right here. I'm citing his ideas. I'm citing his content, not his personal. I can separate the two. I can evaluate ideas as ideas. So you're tying them all together is more bizarre. Like I think you have a reason for doing that I don't. That's outside of my reason for bringing him into the discussion. Lots of people, Aristotle said stupid shit. So did Plato. So did every single writer that lived. But part of critical thinking is sifting out what's not stupid and what's useful, either intellectually or culturally or socially. That's a process. That is the intellectual tradition. That's the process that's been going on for thousands of years. And intelligent people know this because we do it. That's what scholarship is. That's what critical thinking attempts to achieve. Um, well, initially, I watched Hulu had a documentary called Hell Satan that I watched, and it was a documentary of the Church of Satan and their activities and their beliefs. And I couldn't believe there were other people out there like me that were actually doing this in person and trying to make it be a real thing. And then I found out that it even had official IRS status. So it was an official religion sanctioned by the government. And that blew my mind. I'm like, there's legalized Satanism. I can openly identify as a Satanist, and it's protected by the United. America just got 100 times even more awesome than I already thought it was. And so it was too good a chance to pass up. I'm like, this is speaking to me. I gotta jump right now. This could potentially be a whole new life path for me. And it kind of was. I'm still on that journey. It's part of the hero's journey. Satan is a heroic figure. He's part of the heroic ideal. Probably the last great classical hero. Well, let's talk about that when I open the panel, because I would want more information about what the incident is. Um, so the second rabbit hole I've been in is I was familiar with OTO when I was in the occult, and I was part of the. It was not Golden Dawn, but it was a similar order tradition, and it was self-direct. You could be part of it without being affiliated with the group, and through that, I kind of learned about some of the OTO stuff, but it didn't really speak to me. It was more formal and more of a system, and Satanism is more of an ethos and a way of life, a an aesthetic. It's kind of like what Stoicism and Epicureanism and skepticism was Hellenistic in the Hellenistic period, like post Greek philosophy. They started to develop those types of philosophies that fit more with the needs of that culture. That's kind of what Satanism is, because I think the parallels between our modern time and Hellenism are great, and Satanism is one of those all kind of little offerings sprung up back then as people tried to make sense of their world. Yeah, I've heard that before, that the military encountered the Satan, and also Wicca too. Um, that the military had to encounter those issues very early and figure out how to accommodate these different religions for the service members. And Satanism would come up, Wicca would come up, and the Wicca one I know, I think I knew an actual guy in person that was in the military and was openly Wiccan, and they let him have his little altar to himself at certain times. He could go and like light a candle on the altar, and they kept people from harassing him. And this was like early 90s. I thought that was pretty cool. Even that was before gay people could even come out in the military, and the Satanists and the Wiccans could, because they had that protection for religion. Oh yeah, the second rabbit hole. I'm gonna have to go away from comments now. I was having kind of a quasi existential. It's the Erickson stages. It's stage 4 and 5 that we talked about, when you're trying to find your place in society and how you're going to make your way in society. How are you going to become independent and support yourself as an adult? For a lot of people, it's college, career. For me, it was being more of a slacker and an independent, finding a different path. And I've always struggled with that. Like, do I have something useful to offer society, and am I going to be able to find or make the opportunities to do that? And I watched a couple of motivational videos this morning. I also have a business coach. We talk about this a lot. And I have imposter syndrome bad, and I have constant doubt as to, do I really have anything of value to offer? Am I deluding myself? Am I fooling myself? And I'm really convinced that I do, because in the classrooms I've been in, the mental health settings I've been in, I've seen the difference that what I do can make. I mean, I can't deny when I'm actually doing the work. I'm like, yes, I know I'm doing what I was put here to do. This is it. I'm in my zone, and I'm creating that greater good and helping to make civilization better. That is so deep in my soul, that call to do that. But then when those moments are over, those distortions kick in and all those doubts and stuff. Well, I had an epiphany this morning after watching this stuff and thinking about it, that I absolutely do have the value. It is there. But there's something called distribution, and that's the element I was missing. I tend to miss that middle ground stuff. And distribution is what drives actual business and capitalism and marketing and the economy. And it's the distribution part that I'm weak on. And I was calling it marketing, but I should have been thinking of it as distribution. And I've said before, it's connecting. And I say this to everybody, any entrepreneur, anybody with a skill, any YouTuber, any person trying to start their own thing. It's matching what you have to offer with the people who are looking for that thing. That's the key, whether it's marketing, distribution, whatever. And I know what I have on my end. I know what cards are in my deck. I'm trying to find the other individuals whose cards match that. And I was trying to do it through marketing, through communicating my offering kind of generically, and whoever it resonates with, that would be like a matching set. The dolphin catching, I throw out the fish and their dolphins come up and catch my fish. But then I started thinking about the intellectualism, the giftedness, the theme that's been showing up consistently lately over the past few months. And I had the realization that, because I've been reading the marketing stuff, I've been taking the marketing advice, it hasn't really been doing anything. And I had the realization that, wait a minute, we're way over here at the end of the curve. How do I know that the marketing advice they're giving for everybody on the curve is the same marketing advice that the people over here that I'm trying to market to are going to respond to? Is there marketing for people at this end of the curve? I'm almost sure they have different marketing needs than the average marketing target. And so I went to ChatGPT and I said, do you have any tips or strategies for marketing to the highly gifted or the high IQ end of the bell curve? And oh my God, did a whole new vista open up. I think I'm onto something. And I want to go through, I know this is kind of long this morning, but I'll make up for it with a really awesome open panel afterwards, hopefully. I want to go through the bullet points that it gave me, and because I think it's going to generate ideas for this stream, this community, other YouTubers watching. This is what I want to offer right now. Here are some. Okay, marketing to highly gifted individuals requires a nuanced approach that acknowledges their unique traits and preferences. Yes, I'm trying to find my people, and my people are probably not going to respond to ordinary neurotypical marketing. Here are some strategies that could be effective. Intellectual challenge. These people enjoy problem solving, engaging with content that stimulates their intellect. Marketing campaigns need to include this. Number 2, depth and detail. Provide comprehensive and detailed information about your product or service. Highly intelligent individuals tend to appreciate thorough explanations and in-depth analysis. So avoid oversimplifying or dumbing down your content. This was the advice I was getting when I was trying to put my business together, the website. I was like, I want to say it this way. And they're like, no, no, no. You have to understand the general public thinks this. And I kept saying, I'm not marketing to the general public. I'm trying to find the outliers. I'm trying to find my niche. And they kept trying to steer me to this, not necessarily dumbed down, but definitely simplify and don't communicate on the high nerd geek level that I was trying to. We talked the other day about geeks and how we can go layers and layers deeper with other people. The marketing needs to understand and address that. It needs to be able to respond to that. Number 3, big one here in the Panelverse, authenticity and honesty. High IQ individuals are often adept at detecting insincerity or exaggeration. Be transparent about your offerings and avoid hyperbolic claims. Here's the money sentence right here. Building trust through honesty can create loyal customers. That's a variation on my dictum that transparency creates trust. And that's why I try to be so transparent here about everything. And you have streams you could go back and reference and see if I'm being consistent about my positions and my principles. I'm very much attempting to use authenticity, not even consciously and not even as marketing, but to demonstrate what I want the community to represent. Number 4, innovation and creativity. Highlight the innovative and creative aspects of the community. Gifted individuals are often drawn to new ideas and cutting-edge technology and or conversations, I would say. So emphasize what sets you apart from the conventional. That should be easy to do here if I could just find a way to articulate, like what specific elements need to be communicated about it and how to do that. Educational content. This is what I've been trying to do. See, what's been happening is I've been following these intuitively without even realizing it. And when the AI is describing them, I'm like, yeah, I've been doing that. I've been doing that because I knew that it would take a different approach. I have enough experience working with diverse individuals and outliers to know that the traditional approach is almost never the approach that's going to work with them. And you have to learn and then individualize to what you've learned. You have to let them teach you how to teach them, or you have to let them teach you how to market to them. Educational content. Offer educational material related to the industry. This could be webinars, blog posts, how-to guides, live streams. Providing value through education can establish your brand as a trusted authority. And I checked this the other day. I ran an experiment, and I searched on YouTube terms like mental health, autism, men's mental health, etc. And sometimes I came up on the first page for a few of them. And not always my stream, but like appearances I did on other people's podcasts talking about peer support, autism. So some of them I made somewhere on the first page. But then when I put Jeff in front of it, Jeff autism, Jeff mental health, Jeff men's mental health, I was like some of the top 1 or 2. Sometimes I was the only person that came up for a few results. So my name, Jeff, is being associated with these topics. And if I could put out some quality content about these topics, and if all people know is there's a guy named Jeff that talks about autism, or there's a guy named Jeff that talks about mental health, they have a higher chance of hitting my channel and finding this content. And then seeing that, like, that helps me establish my ethos, my credibility. Number 6, community and networking. Create opportunities for highly gifted individuals to connect with each other. That could be the tagline for this whole channel. This could be through forums, events, social media groups, live streams. Building a community around your brand can foster a sense of belonging and loyalty. Someone told me one time that they said, Jeff, you would be a amazing community brand manager. And I'm like, what the hell is that? They said these big corporations hire people to do community building for them, not only within the organization, like as team so that teams can work cohesively, but around the product itself to get people identified and excited about the product. And it sounded very corporate and selling out, and I don't think I would have been passionate about it. And they make like 6 figures, but just knowing that that kind of work is out there and that it does have a value, because that's what I do intuitive. I've always said that Cajuns are natural. If you want to build community, just go find a Cajun and hire them. They will build you a community like that, because that's what we do. Like we eat, sleep, drink, and breathe this kind of stuff. Personalization, tailor your message to the interests and preferences of the individuals that I'm talking about. Use data analytics to understand their behavior. I just use my brain as data analytics. I just pay attention to the patterns. Customize your communication to me. Yeah, this is what I'm good at. I know how to talk to gift. I speak gifted. I know how to talk to the gifted and the neurodivergent. The conversation goes much more fluidly than it does when I'm talking with neurotypicals. Visual aesthetic appeal. That's kind of the branding stuff. How to brand for the gifted. That's probably a whole other topic too. I could ask it. In fact, I will, but not today. Philanthropy and ethics. Right, a sense of larger social responsibility and purpose. I'm definitely trying to offer that here too. In fact, I couldn't do it any other way. I couldn't have this be just me. I need that collaboration, that community, that larger community element to tie it to before it even makes sense, before what I'm even doing makes sense. And then leverage influence, collaborate with thought leaders, academics, industry experts who are respected by this community. I do want to get more guests on from those fields, more guests, like more established guests, to talk about mental health, autism, more autistic people themselves, more of the type of people I'm trying to draw to the channel. I'm trying to find more of them. So if you're out there, if you want to do a guest show where it's not a panel and we just do kind of a one-on-one conversation, and then we have the option of opening it up after, if you want stuff like that. My previous streams earlier, like from a year or so ago, especially from May, the mental health month from last May, I have many examples of those types of conversations. And somehow I pulled it off. I have this story going on, and I didn't always have it. It comes from experience, the experience of trying to assimilate into this. Maybe it's Anglo-Saxon, American, modern world way of doing things. I definitely struggle with it, but this is the story I tell myself. I can't necessarily confirm it, but there's been many groups that I've been a part of that have gone on and tried to establish more credible and respectable versions of what I'm trying to do. And they get taken seriously. They draw very high profile members. They draw funding. But I rarely get fully included in that, and I don't know if it's intentional, because they are what I call the fancy crowd. They're very careful to polish themselves a certain way, present themselves a certain way, and the people they are talking to expect a certain deportment or presentation. And I just know that I'm not fancy enough for this crowd. I can provide the intellectual and work content that they're looking for. In fact, I used to do it. I did it for over a year for one of them. I can't provide the polish and the communication interface that I know for a fact that they rely on. And so I kind of work at the margins of some of these organizations. And the story I tell myself is that they're taking a risk by affiliating themselves with me because of the Satanism, because of some of the conversations we have here, some of the people that show up on the panels, etc. And I'm okay with that. I've kind of always lived my life that way. I was always the person that was a little socially dangerous to hang out with. And so any friends I had or people that I did have were taking some kind of risk or had enough independence to not care and not let it affect them. So it was kind of a good filter for me. But I do pay a price. It does limit the people I feel that I'm able to draw to this channel. But at the same time, I have scores and scores, just gobs of interviews on my own channel and my last channel too, of me talking to people exactly like that, just fine, and having perfectly great conversations. So maybe that's something I need to look at and wrestle with too. All right, that's all I have. I promised you a panel. Let me put the link and catch up on some comments. Come on up. I don't have anything going on the rest of the day, so I'm pretty much willing to keep this going as long as people want it. All right, there you go. Panel's open. All right, let's see. All right, the school board conversation. Yeah, this is the one I had questions about. I wasn't sure what you were referring to. Right. I think bending the rules is part of being an American too. Like our laws and our rules are also kind of a wink, wink, nod, nod. If you get what we mean, you're an American. You know our position on rules. But at the same time, we need some kind of law and order too.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's why we got the sheriff. What's going on, Captain?
oh, not much. Catching up on comments and just try to get my day going. What you have going?
I'm over here. I just got done making lunch, and then now my daughter is decided to open up a package and tear it up and throw it around the room.
Yep,
They're
that
quick.
is that's the childhood I remember. What's a dog shit? Okay, America is an oligarchy. We're actually a federal constitutional republic or constitutional federal republic. There's the most people.
Right,
Yeah, especially Louisiana. I come from the largest prison system in the. I mean, my state has the largest prison system in the entire world.
Say something.
Me? Can you hear?
What the hell?
Uh-oh. It keeps lowering my mic. I have to keep bumping it up. Can y'all hear me, audience?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. You know how it is with StreamYard. It's like, you can't just press the buttons and play. You gotta mess around with it a little bit to make it work.
Oh, are you on your phone?
Yeah. I'm walking
Hank,
around.
I'm the same way. I don't even see ads. They are so wasting their money on me. My eyes, I'm so trained to ignore ads. Even as a kid, when the TV commercials came on, I would completely, my attention tunnel would shift and completely block them out. I don't see ads at all.
I don't think I've ever seen an ad on a live stream, like unless they put it in the middle of the broadcast. Like they don't put ads on your stream until after.
Oh, like the paid promos.
Yeah, they don't do that until after your video turns into, or your stream turns into a video. And then when somebody goes to replay it, that's when they'll put the advertisements on it.
Do they do product placement? Is that a thing?
What do you mean? I don't think YouTube does that.
They just use the product on stream and make sure people see it and make reference to it, but they don't necessarily have to do any particular ad about it. Like they could drink Coke or Budweiser on the stream and get that brand associated with them and get paid for it.
I don't know. I mean, they might be able to.
And they could have like a sponsored by at the bottom or something. But they don't necessarily have to take stream time to talk about it.
I don't know how you would get that though.
I don't know what this means, not loss. Well, part of it is freedom for capitalism, sure, but what other system is there that produces the outcomes that I'm looking for.
Hey, Jeff, have you tried the OTL?
You talking about the Order Templo Orientis or
Affirmative.
Crowley's thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. It showed up in some of the occult stuff that I was into back when I was doing the occult, but it never really, Crowley never appealed to me. He just seemed like more of a circus freak than a serious occultist.
Are there any serious occultists? I think pretty much all of them are ironic.
Was it Walter? Who was the Golden Dawn guy?
Walter somebody? Golden Dawn too. Who started Golden Dawn? Let me check.
There were a couple of people, but yeah, in fact, I would say most of the occultists, most of the more serious ones, took it seriously. Like they produced actual scholarship on it.
Okay, the Golden Dawn had 3 founders: William Robert Woodman, William Wynne Westcott, and Samuel Little Mathers. They were Freemasons and members of Socrates Rosicrucian Anglia, I think. SRIA.
I did have his 777 book, which I found fascinating. That was the only interesting book of his that I found.
But yeah, my OTO locally was pretty much doing nothing when I checked it, but yours may be more active.
Are you still part of it?
Well, I only joined the local chapter for a little bit. I never joined the national one because it's just wasting money.
Oh, also, Moose and I are recruiting, I'm recruiting too for some gaming, D&D games. I'm recruiting for a few White Wolf games, Mage and or Demon. Also, there's like Steam games and co-op video type games, tabletop simulator type stuff. So we want to get more gaming going, and also the men's group. And we're going to start off stream, and eventually when we build it to the point where we think it's ready, we're going to have a streaming version of it as well. So if you're interested in any of that, get with me or Moose or find us on Discord. Philip.
Mic check. Hello.
Pass.
Pass.
Yeah.
Good.
Pass.
Welcome, friends. Hi, Jeff, Moose, Hank. How guys
What's going on, man? It's a beautiful day.
It is. It is. No complaints, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll get another hike from Plasma.
Or do you guys have any complaints for the day? Can you complain? Can you make up some?
Absolutely.
Let's go. Let's hear. What is Hank mad at the world today? Are you mad at the internet?
So let me share a screen to make this complaint.
Hail.
This is my favorite tweet. Comment. Howdy, y'all. Hell, Satan.
Hey,
I
Jeff,
want that on a t-shirt, in fact.
can you show my screen?
Yeah. Oh, is this your complaint?
Michael, let me blow it up.
Who's? Oh, him. You had to bring that in here?
Well, my complaint is that every time someone tries to turn a panel verse over, they peter out really, really quickly. I've been doing the heavy lifting for all of them, so.
You have that persistent. Yeah, I peter out too. I just get tired of the drama. My drama window is very short. Like I can do a day or two of it, and then I'm done.
What's your secret, Hank, to your Panoverse stamina?
Law training.
100 push-ups a day.
So I did just a 20. I'm going to do another set before the next shift today. So
20 push-ups a day. Got it.
well,
We can do
not a
that.
day. I just did 20 push-ups. So I probably could do 60 before my alarm goes off to tell me to go to work. I need to get to work at 3 for the next shift.
So your complaint is you're doing all the heavy lifting for all the people who can't handle here. All right, that's a good complaint. You should go to a chiropractor. Your back is probably killing you.
Of course, no, it's not because I sleep on wood, not some stupid mattress. My back feels great.
Hmm. It's an interesting topic.
I have a complaint. It's about your new tan.
Really?
Yeah.
Did the colors go back to orange?
It's a weird orange, yellow.
All right, let's
It's
have.
like
I'm gonna go. I think I remember all those settings from yesterday. So let me see if I can adjust them right now. Dude, everything's on auto right now. So
So it just auto selects the shade.
My hair is so long and fucked up that
yeah,
even
everything
if
went back.
even if I was having a camera in front of me, I would not let it look at me. That's what my
You were on camera like 2 days ago. You were fine.
I just got a haircut yesterday.
It's because I had my helmet on first. My helmet packed my hair down.
Yeah, I got 2 at Supercuts.
I'm skeptical. Now you look gray.
Better than orange.
Yeah, it is better.
Yeah, my other secret is lots of rage. I know how to dissipate it so you don't see it all at once, but I also have lots of rage that keeps me going.
Yeah, that can drive.
How do you dissipate your rage through your shaky legs? I bet Hank's legs are like a million miles an hour underneath that desk. Like yeah.
No, just really big.
So yeah, how do you dissipate rage? That's a good one because I think you should tell Jack Talcott how to do this, dude.
He's pretty good at it, actually. His recovery time is pretty quick if you watch.
Yeah, I pretty much showed him some of my methods. So pretty much small techniques. If you just use them on yourself instead of other people, that usually helps me. Also, frequent exercise.
Oh, so it's all about the exercise.
Yeah.
Taking care of the temple. Hey, Hank, do you have a purple or lavender Cubana hat?
Cubana hat. But
you know, like the hat.
This hat used to be purple, but I took it into the warehouse too much. Now.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Your hats. That's a cool little thing. I think mine are going to be my sunglasses. I need to get more sunglasses. So that's my thing.
Yeah, just like the machine lies.
So what do you think about Jeff removing the antlers? What do you think about that? I actually miss the antlers.
I don't care.
Just saying, Jeff. Just saying. It was kind of your thing.
It's just if he had more pairs of antlers, then sure, but he just has one pair of antlers.
Oh. I miss the antlers. I think
I can put them back. I was trying to normalize a little bit because of all the friction I was getting.
Get different pairs. Get different sets of antlers.
Wow. Yeah, I do plan an upgrade at some point. I've been saying that about Jack. Jack, if you're watching this channel, you already know my thoughts on this, but I just want to reaffirm it. Hey, Bex.
What are you guys doing today after the show? Do you have any plans?
Working.
I gotta wash my truck. Real fun, right? Stuff.
I miss washing cars. We used to do that as kids.
You don't have a vehicle?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I didn't need one living in Seattle. It was more of an encumbrance.
I work construction, so a truck is definitely a need for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If I didn't need a truck, I'd be driving like a car, definitely, like a commuter car. I don't need a fancy vehicle. I just need something that goes back and forth, you know?
Yep. Same here. You wash it by hand? Or you take it to...
Yeah, unfortunately, my truck's got a bad paint job. So if I take it to like a car wash, it might blast the paint right off.
Oh, like
Unfortunately,
the kind where you just park and do it yourself.
Mhm,
Put the
mhm.
quarters in. Yeah, I remember the car wash. They even had a movie about it. The car wash.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember the car washes now.
I think they should start doing that, making more movies where it's like people can relate to the scenarios.
Yeah,
Well, they
yeah.
exist. You just need to avoid Hollywood.
You see the point, Hollywood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any big movies coming out that you guys are interested in? They're kind of
No.
off the norm.
No.
Yeah, there's movies that keep coming up, and I'm like, I should see that, and then I forget what they are. I need to start making a list.
Hey, Hank, are you interested in Dungeons and Dragons at all?
I played before.
Because Moose and Jeff are thinking about doing something with Dungeons and Dragons, and seems like you could grasp that card game pretty well. I just wouldn't know if you'd be interested in it.
I've done before. I'm not sure.
Jesse's in the back. Can you cam up real quick so I can see that's you?
I'm not interested in doing it off stream. If
sometimes people impersonate.
Yeah, if I'm not doing it locally, I'd rather do it on stream.
Yeah, that's the plan. Like we'll have a behind the scenes group where we can cut loose and let our hair down. But then we'll have a little subgroup of us that can do a separate streaming one, like once a week or every couple of weeks. We'll do it in episodes so people can follow the storyline.
I can imagine Hank trying to take over the world when he's not on stream.
He might be doing it on stream.
Yeah.
He might be doing it right now.
On stream.
We're gonna see.
I can tell you right now, I don't want most of this world. It's most of it's garbage.
The land is pretty good, bro. There's a lot of good land out there.
He's just trying to fulfill his biological imperative.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Affirmative, yeah. That's funny. So I like how you had what was it? June was a mental health month, right? I think that'd be interesting if you could do that for every month, is kind of come up with a monthly topic, and that way you don't have to do a daily show topic. You have a monthly topic.
Like talk about that topic every day for a month.
No, it's just it kind of, the show. Yeah, not. I guess it relates to that topic every month, or helps focus the streaming for that month. Like July could be. So I don't know, what do you like? What do you like? If you wanted to do more, like, so you like mental health, so July could be like focusing on emotions, a degree in mental health. Not just. I
kind of did that during Pride. I tried to do Pride Month, but I knew I didn't want to talk about Pride every single day. So I just brought in Pride topics throughout the month here and there. I just worked them in.
Oh, there's a good topic, Jeff. That's something actually I don't agree with you about. I'm all about discipline and showing stoicism is when you don't show emotion, and you like to express emotion, and that's very interesting. And
it's not a choice. It's not even a preference.
That's a good point.
It's a need. I don't. I need what's in that emotion. I can't give that up.
So you literally don't have the ability to restrain emotion. It naturally just.
Oh no, I can't. I've gotten a lot better. Like if you met me like 10 years ago, compared to now, you'd see the difference. Like it would take days or weeks sometimes to get to process an emotion. So and now I can do it in sometimes minutes, sometimes hours. Rarely more than a day.
I think stoicism's for losers. I'm a hedonist.
I'm a hedonist too. I think stoicism's fine for people that want what it offers, that have those needs, but not all of us have the same needs.
Yeah, for masochists, just pure masochists.
I'll be honest. The reason why I do it is because of fear. I don't want my enemy to see emotion. I don't want to show that part, and that's why I do it. Vulnerability, correct? Yeah, fear, vulnerability.
You do pay a price there. That's not right. Depending on your goals, there would be reasons to want to shield that emotion.
Well, my enemies are so stupid they can't read properly, so I might as well show my emotions.
Or is that, have I been taught by society that's what I should be thinking?
Yes.
Well, what are you most worried about if if you show your emotions and have that vulnerability, what's the fear behind it? That it makes you susceptible to attack?
It does. I don't. To me, like in a group setting, the one acting out, the one who is the loudest one is it just shows in a group setting. I don't think it reflects well. That's all.
On the person or on the group?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm almost
overall,
always
that
that person.
both aspects. It doesn't reflect on the group. If another group is looking at you, and this one person's like flailing their arms and being loud and moving back and forth, and they're like, well, why is that person so sporadic over there, not controlled? And then inside the group, it's like, what is up with this person that they can't talk to us? They got to this level of getting that emotional.
That's easy to find out just through conversation and dialogue, and some of it's cultural. Because if you go to where I'm from, everybody's going to be flailing their roos and being the loudest person in the room. Everybody tries to outdo everybody with their personality to get the attention on them. So some cultures, there's reasons for letting it all out.
I also think it looks kind of cool when a person is being able to like not necessarily not show emotion, but be calm and emotional when most people would be emotional. So
I trust emotion. I feel like I'm getting the whole person, and I'm seeing, like, if they're holding anything back, it's coming out of the emotion. So at least I get more data when I have everything that the person can express.
Like, I feel like Hank holds back, bro. Like, you don't see all of his emotion.
I've seen.
Have we seen Hulk Hank yet?
Yeah,
I'm wondering, is there a Hulk? Oh, you've seen Hulk Hank? I think there's a Hulk Hank. Look at him, bro. All purple right now. He looks like the Hulk, bro.
But at the same time, people like Hank, there are people that I value their ability to stay steady and grounded. So like their stoicism, when I'm around them, just like when I'll catch somebody else's anxiety, if I'm around somebody that has a real grounding presence, I will catch some of that grounding. And I find that valuable too from other people. So I'm not knocking your method. I think it's just different tools for different goals, depending on what you're.
Definitely, dude. I appreciate you entertaining my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a lot of energy, so I'm very good at grounding other people's emotions.
Yeah, you use workout to help get your energy out or dissipate that energy, right?
Well, pretty much, I can dissipate the energy because I work out so much, and I can control a whole lot of energy.
And your job.
Yes, including my job.
And I think I rocked mine off.
Let me see.
No, we're not having Flat Earth Month. Y'all can get that anywhere. You go any panel of the Panelverse and have Flat Earth year all year round.
Yeah, you can go to Natsuki he'll do a Pancake Planet special like once a month for you. So go to Natsuki.
The content creator Asmongold Gold?
No. Asmongold?
Asmon. As ASMONGOLD. Asmongold.
Oh yeah, I know him. He plays like World of Warcraft for like 20 hours straight and stuff. He makes a lot of money.
He's got a red hair, kind of skinny face. Oh, your mic went up.
I don't know if it's red. It's long. He has long hair though.
Yeah,
brown. Yeah, then it's like brown. But anyways, he just did a video. He does video reviews, and he just did one about the flat earthers, and they knocked him bad. And it makes sense, but it knocked him pretty hard.
Why flat earthers scare me?
Yeah.
Here, I'll put the link. Oh, it even got one of those YouTube notes put on it about flat Earth. Is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of that. So YouTube is even identifying this as bullshit. I mean, misinformation.
Yeah, it identifies flat Earth as bullshit. Yes.
That's what I was trying to do last night. Now that I think about it, I was trying to correct misinformation, and I got that weird reaction that got canceled. It was the misinformation part that I was reacting to, and that people were just going to let that claim stay out there because it served their purpose.
Can you repeat that, please?
The story I told about getting canceled by the Satanist.
Oh yes,
I realized it was because I was challenging misinformation. That was the challenge to the claim is trying to find more evidence for it so I could distinguish it from misinformation. And it turned out that it looked more and more like misinformation because when I talked to the AI was saying the same stuff I was about religion and abuse. It seemed like a spurious claim. I would enjoy. Wait, what? Did you get an actual strike from YouTube? Because I didn't get anything. What did they get you on?
What? How do you screw up the officer steps after you got hit? You Garvin, you must have been sleeping at the wheel. Come on.
There's
Just put
no
it back up.
way that Snafu actually affected your channel. He's reported my channel 100 times.
Are you streaming to Twitter too, just to get your videos up? Because it's the easiest one to second stream to.
Yeah, like a backup.
He has no idea how to get Elon Musk to remove a video. Because he's not going to do it. Not for free, at least. I know Officer Steps don't have the money.
Do you get something from YouTube when you get a strike? Does it tell you you've just been struck? Here's what you got struck over? Because I've never gotten anything like that.
Oh, he beat the strike. He beat the strike too because it wasn't a valid strike.
So you don't get notified when people report a strike, only when they determine that it's an actual violation. Then you get an email. Yeah. So people can be reporting you all the time, and you'll just never know.
Yeah, and you'll get notified for a copyright strike, but sometimes to fight you have to reveal your just private information. But the thing is, he doxed me doesn't make a difference because no one's coming for my job, and if someone does get my job, I'm gonna just take your money anyways because.
All right, so since we're wasting time anyways, just sitting here bullshitting. Sorry, Hank, I love you, but what co-op game are we gonna do? Like, which co-op game are we gonna play while we're sitting here bullshitting every day? Because if we're all gonna be here, we're all gonna do this. We might as well put some content on our channels.
You talking about like through Steam or something, a video version?
Yeah, why not?
Let me pull up my Steam account because I had a few already. I know that We Are Here series is excellent. They might have some new ones.
We Are Here.
Yeah, it's like it's a 2-player, and you're both in different parts of this castle. And you could team up though. It involves just being able to share your screen with people, and you're each in different parts of the castle, and you both see part of the situation, and so you have to communicate and work together to get out of this castle and solve all the little puzzles.
It's always Among Us.
Yeah, we played that for New Year, me and Chris and Lindsay and Emperor Dave.
That's right.
Among Us is easy to get started up.
So has a channel have any of you guys strike a channel? I haven't done it. One time I was close. Like I was going through the options. And then the heat fell off, and I was like, I don't need to do this. But I'm over it. Like I think channels need to do whatever they need to do and say what they need to do.
It doesn't even. If I see something on a channel I don't like, I just close it. It doesn't even cross my mind to report it to somebody.
Some people use it as like a $100 bill in their wallet. They just need to use it. It's not throwing it at people.
So actually, I have actual $100 bills in my wallet. I don't have time, waste my time to actually strike a channel. The thing is, if it's stupid, I wanted to stay up there, and then I put a big post. Stupid here. I want to leave it up. I don't want to censor it. I want to stay up so I could and flag it. Stupid here. So if it's important, I'll do a commentary on it. But yeah, I have actual $100, so I don't have to worry about it's strike time, strike crew. Officer Snaps is wasting his time with the strike crew. What he should do
kick him from the back. If he's sitting in the back, he's probably recording. So
he's come up a few times, and I've kicked him every time.
Yeah, well, he should just record from the front on his own StreamYard. And in fact, I want him to do a commentary on the monologue because I think it'd be funny.
You're right. That's the best way to do it. Is just build content off each other, bounce it off each other.
Like in a positive way, or you talking about the drama content?
I don't care which, but I don't care which way. It doesn't make a difference.
If you're clever enough to turn it into an opportunity, yes. If your intent is to turn it into an opportunity for you and them, then yes. If not, then that's your choice too. But it's just going to drive people away, I think. But if you can turn it for an opportunity, it actually might drive people to your channel from their channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about Jeff is that he's easily chased away. I have so much staying power, so I could be commented all day and it's not gonna. It may not even make a difference. It may not even notice. But Jeff's easily scared away.
Yeah, you got that.
What do you mean scared away?
So
I think you're mistaking something else for fear. It's not fear. It's frustration and irritation. You tell me when I leave panels?
No, not panels. It's just like I mean, today you were canceled by a Discord server.
I was canceled by a group. It's an official group of Satan. The Discord's part of their. Here's the other thing. They are an official 503c nonprofit here in Washington State, so they have some accountability to the public. It's not just a Discord server. It was part of an organization.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm far less easy to cancel.
And they canceled me. Where's the fear? I don't know the fear you're talking about. That's what I'm trying to identify.
Here's the thing. I have far more tricks to at least keep staying power. Like, how long were you on the server? Like, a couple weeks?
Right, you mask, and I don't mask. That's what you're saying. I don't intend. It's not my goal to mask. It's my goal to find places where I don't have to mask. So if you're saying you're better at masking than I am, therefore you're able to keep yourselves in groups longer, sure. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to stay in groups where I don't have to mask.
Well, the thing is, if I didn't mask, I couldn't even stay here. So.
You mean you're masking right now?
Absolutely. I couldn't even stay here.
Well, can we get the real Hank? Can you show us the real Hank? Show us behind the mask?
That would just. I don't even know who. I don't know who that guy is.
Bro? You want to get porn bombed right now? That's the real Hank. He's gonna take off his shirt. He's gonna run around his room naked.
He's pure idiot.
No, I don't even know what the real one is.
So are you saying you're a phony? You've been presenting a false image the whole time, and nobody knows the real Hank?
Not even me.
Yeah, I get. I can accept that.
That's deep, Hank. Not even you know yourself yet.
Yes.
What about you, Jeff? Do you know yourself 100%? Can you?
No, I don't think anybody ever knows himself 100%.
So does Jeff have a mask? I have a mask. If you said that, then everybody doesn't know their. So I have a mask then somewhere.
You have a mask?
Yeah.
Well, you said you purposely try to create a mask.
Yeah, I purposely put on a nice T-shirt. I purposely make sure I've shaved. I purposely make sure I brush my teeth. I purposely make sure I do my hair before I get on stream. People don't even care about that. So that's my mask for sure.
Hi, in the back. Can you flash your camera?
I don't think you guys knew that, right?
You're a person.
No, I knew that. I do that.
How do you I guess you never really know when somebody's masking or not if they're good enough at it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's how sociopaths get away with. That's how they thrive. Is they have the ability to keep that mask on.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about Hank. But he tells us he's one of those evil boss. Yeah. I'm not worried about you, Hank. Sorry, Hank, we're not worried about you anymore. We're too comfortable with you.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay. We have someone backstage, but until they came up, I don't know who they are. And
came from else? Hanks. That's impossible. I didn't restart a stream.
If you want to hop on, just click the
bro. That's definitely snafu, bro. He'll try anything, dude. He tries anything. That's why that one day he did Cynthia, and you pulled him up. That was like 6 months ago.
I have an idea. Hide the panelist. Let's see what he has to say.
Wait, say again. What?
Yeah, hide the panelist and see what Zach has to say.
No.
You could banner, and then bring him up. So if he did do anything with the camera, it was hidden, but he still has an option to talk.
Nah, not even taking it. If they can't comply with the simple cam request, that's enough for me.
Yeah, turn your camera on, Officer Zach. Turn your camera on. We know
Well,
what you
that's-
look like.
And it said it came from Hanks, and Hanks doesn't make any content, so it doesn't make any sense, right?
I do
can't-
make content, but
You do?
yes,
He streams sometimes, yeah.
yes. This is what Officer Snaps looks like. We know what you look like. Just turn your camera
Wait, let me
on.
see. Hang on, let me put you in solo.
I'm
That's
sorry,
Snaps.
Affirmative.
Post
Put
your link,
me
Hank.
full screen. Yes. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is what Officer Snaps looks like. So since we already know what you look like, you're not hiding by keep your camera off. So just turn it on.
Is the beanie official uniform?
I have no idea. So don't be a bitch. Just flash it to Daddy Jeff.
Yeah, do it now, boy. All right, I'm gonna go get a refill and charge up. Come right back. So y'all take it for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Moose. I'm thinking about this whole game thing you're doing, dude. I think you should be more interested in the people and making the people your game, bro. I don't want to play a game. I don't know if even Hank wants to play a card game. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? So you got to make the game us.
I like that.
You know what I mean, man? Because I mean, I wish I could do something like that. I just don't have the attention span for Dungeons and Dragons. I never understood that. Maybe you could explain that to me. Like, that's a whole nother world to learn about, bro, and worry about. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like you're learning
I don't
about
even
how.
know either. I've never done it.
Well, you never done Dungeons and Dragons? I thought you were all
No.
about it. Oh, you want to try it?
So
No,
yeah,
I said, why not? You know, like,
'Cause
I
it's
mean,
a whole
I
nother
know
world,
the
bro.
basics. I get
I'm
the
struggling.
basics, like you roll the dice and you know, whatever. It's like a board game.
It's like I'm struggling to figure out this world, this reality that we're in, and you want me to try to figure out how to move freaking thieves with magical thingamabobbers across the map to attack somebody. It's like, nah, dude, nah. I
Yeah,
got
I
level
mean,
5 barbarian, and then I gotta figure out how to get a dragon. Like, what? I gotta keep track of
what's
all that.
slaying the dragon gonna do for you, anyways, right? You know, because like
Yeah.
in real life, we got real dragons to slay. I know
Well,
what you're talking about.
yeah. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's like I'm trying to figure out how to. If my game is people, that's what I'm doing. I think you'd be very good at this game.
I think I am.
I think Hank's playing the same game, but his game is a little different. Yeah. So Hank, you have a channel now. Can you post the link in the chat for us? Because I didn't know you had a channel, and your channel is actually hard to find because if you type in Hank Oflamo, we can't find you.
if you type Hank O'Flynn on YouTube, you may not find me. If you do it on Google, you will find me.
On Google, huh?
Yeah, if you do it via Google search, you go to my channel. That's the channel ID, Oflamo8927.
There you go, guys. If you guys are interested in more streams, Jeff's, I think it's okay about promoting Hank's show, and we'll have to go over there and make friends with Hank. Hopefully, he won't block us for having. Hey, Hank, do you block people?
No, I don't need. The peanut gallery is not
Do you
important.
backstage people?
Rarely.
Are you using StreamYards like everybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So yeah, it's another StreamYard streams. Do you do open panels?
Yes.
Now, okay, I'm confused. So if I'm going to do a StreamYard stream, I'm going to call it a guest panel. I'm not going to call it an open panel because I'm going to have a topic. Open panel to me kind of seems like open topic. You know, you can talk about whatever you want, which opens the floodgates or Pandora's box for people just to almost take over your show.
Well, when we say open, we mean anyone comes in. You don't have a guest list. You don't have a white list of approved guests.
But isn't having, for example, if I was having a house party, right, and I just I open my front door and let the neighborhood in, everybody's a guest, correct?
Yeah. Well, you have a blacklist still and say, well, you're not allowed to come on. Still have an open panel though, but open panel doesn't necessarily mean open topic.
I'm simple though; it confuses me. Open just in general, it just seems open.
no officer snaps. I'm going to my next shift today, so I won't be opening a panel today. The best bet will probably be tomorrow for me. But yeah, I don't think Jeff should be afraid of you. I'm not.
I'm not. I don't know why fear. I'm not fear based at all. I don't know why fear keeps being brought into this.
So,
Then hide the panelists and have officer snaps on.
Oh, like I'm scared to have him come on.
Yes.
No, I'm being prudent with my channel. That's not fear. That's the healthy caution you need in any kind of enterprise of not putting your venture at risk.
and then Jeff, what'd you get? More coffee?
Actually, I forgot.
That cup is empty.
It went cold. I gotta go heat it up again.
Well, I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind. We promoted Hank's OnlyFans while you were gone. So
As long as it was toss friendly, I don't mind.
We're
supporting
trying to
Hank.
keep
I didn't. I technically have one, but there's nothing on there. So
okay, what do you guys think about using OnlyFans for content creating good content and not X-rated content?
I hate
People are doing that.
OnlyFans.
I
I hate OnlyFans. My bank hates OnlyFans. All my homies hate OnlyFans.
Oh, that's right. Banks don't like OnlyFans. That's right.
They
No, they
don't?
have to, bro, because there's so many OnlyFans creators. There's got a way to transition. There's got to be a bank out there that likes OnlyFans, right?
I don't know who they are.
Maybe it's a digital bank. So not really anybody doing that. You know, it's all digital. So it's like cashapp almost. A digital bank, 100%.
Speaking of,
All right. But I was gonna leave anyways, but we could pretend that I'm leaving in solidarity with Officer Snaps. So
No,
okay,
you're
I can
rage
go
quitting.
with that. We could.
No,
do
he's
that.
rage quitting. Yeah, you pissed him off. He's rage quitting.
yeah,
He
I'm
does all
rage
the
even
time.
though I
Just-
had to go anyways for the next shift.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
fuck you, Hank.
solidarity, Keystone Cop Crew. Let me put a sign up.
I hope you have a horrible day at work. I hope you drop
Yeah.
a box on your foot. I was kidding.
up.
No,
Yeah, I hope
because
you
if you
stub
do
your toe.
know, I'm gonna feel horrible.
Yeah,
That's the
stub your
wrong
toe,
sign.
Hank. Go stub your toe. Go kick a rock and
I've
stub your
got steel
toe.
toes anyways. Which one do I want?
Steel toe? Really? For your daily drivers?
I work in the warehouse, bud.
Oh yeah, I love steel toe. I would
but
wear
for
it
your
too.
daily
Yeah.
drivers, not for your warehouse shoe. Your daily driver. You don't have a daily driver or a daily shoe? Like
I
what's your
work
daily
every
fit?
day
driver?
pretty much. So yeah.
Your shoe.
A driver is a shoe.
It's your vehicle, right? Your shoe is what you walk on, so it's a vehicle from A to B. That's
I'd be
what-
the
yeah.
driver.
Okay, you're all right. So, well,
I don't
everyday
have a
carry.
good sign for you
remember
up
that?
now.
EDC, everyday carry.
You can use. I'll use the Lube with Tommy sign to show support. A Lube with Tommy Keystone Cop Crew tier. That's
Yes.
support you because you weren't actually worth making a sign for yet.
You
And you
guys-
think he's
I
not a
apologize.
narcissistic Machiavelli like he keeps telling you he is. He's
Two
propping
questions
up
for
Snaff.
2 questions for you, Hank.
Yes.
Do you have your own personal laminator, or did you get that laminated? Did you
I
guys
have
notice
my own
how-
personal laminator. In fact,
I'm
I
real-
actually had to replace my laminator because I ran it so much, and I actually used it for work.
Are you making fake IDs?
No, I'm not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hank, that's awesome, dude. You take pride in this, and I think you're gonna have a great channel, having fun on the internet, dude. That's incredible. That right there is a sign that you take pride in this, bro. And we're gonna have some fun. Yeah, thank you, Hank.
Okay, I'm rage quitting for Keystone Cop Crew.
Don't
Fruit
ever
Yo-
come back.
Yeah, see you probably tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
block him,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Or
Block
maybe
him.
tonight.
His kind isn't.
How rude. I'm so offended.
Yeah, dude. Hank's a great
I never.
panel guest. What do you think about Hank, dude?
Hank, you know I'm his panel daddy. Hank, I gave y'all Hank. he's here because of me. He found me
Really?
somehow, and he ended up in the panel. Got filtered into the panel verse. I'm so proud of Hank. I've seen him come so far, further than I ever expected he could come when I first met him.
That's awesome, dude. Take all the credit. It's without you, Hank. Yeah.
I didn't do any of it. I don't know what I still don't know what Hank's up to.
Hank doesn't even know what Hank's up to. He's just here
Sometimes
to have
most
fun.
of the times I claim him. Sometimes I don't.
Be careful, yeah.
any
What day
good
you
panel
claim
daddy.
Hank? When he's wearing yellow, don't claim Hank. Bro. Yeah, it's not a good day. So, rock and roll.
Well, I heard y'all talking about the game earlier. Did y'all come up with anything?
So I'm not very good at games. I was just talking about that. It's like I'm really surprised, Jeff, that you could do something like that. I'm struggling with this reality. And you want to go on and take on and learning a whole nother reality of a game and how each individual and piece of that world works and how to incorporate that into a battle or a scenario. That's incredible because I can't do that.
It doesn't have to be that complicated.
It sounds that complicated.
Well, but sometimes it helps people, like doing it in game helps them to understand the real life stuff. And they have this whole new type of game called Jeep Form, which actually takes your real life stuff and works it into the game. And you play each other's character, like real life characters that take on it. It has like a psychodrama element to it.
Yes. And then what I was suggesting to Moose is because he's having a hard time finding a group of people who have the time or the ability to play the game or join his game. I was like, well, let's make people the game. You know, and that's I think what Moose is trying to do is fulfill or find an interest in something. And I was like, dude, just make people your game of interest.
That's what Hank does. That's what a lot of people do. This whole panel verse is like a video game for them that they play the different people. And we were trying to think of some panel games we could do for panels, like Panel Survivor, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that sounds fun. A Panel Survivor game.
The problem with all of this, the biggest barrier is just finding the people, like the people with enough time and interest to devote
and consistency,
to pulling something like that off on a volunteer basis. Yeah.
Like Hank said, people peter out.
Yeah. He Goblin. Wait, let me talk a little bit. Let me hear it.
All right. So Goblin Majesty, KingFillip has the same voice as Midlife, but I'm digging his personality.
Are you from Baltimore, that area?
No, I live in Southern California, and I'm from the Philippines.
Oh, yeah. I heard slightly. I heard it when I turned away and just focused on the voice. I could slightly hear it. There is a similarity.
Oh, are you disgusted by the Philippines or something, bro? Or Southern California politics? What was that about? Oh, Southern California. He's a Californian. Politics are bad in California, but the people are awesome. So it's strange. It's a strange place, dude. And it's only certain areas of California that are bad. You know, there's a lot of rural areas that don't have the same politics. That don't share the same politics. A lot of the older, smaller towns don't share the same politics as the larger, political-driven cities.
Is it dominated by one type of people? Like, do they have, like here in Washington State, Seattle controls all the politics because that's where the concentration of people are, and they all more or less think similarly.
I don't know. I try to really stay out of it and focus on my job and my little area. So I try not to get into it, but I do know that there's in my area there's a high level, or no, there's a high population of Republicans.
Oh, okay.
Well, I heard most Republicans have the big, have the money, have old money. That's what I've heard, and it seems like a lot of old money here is Republican. The way they move.
That makes sense.
So.
Yeah, I feel a lot. When I was growing up, I felt better in the blue states, like more free somehow to be myself, less self-conscious. And now I feel that in the red states. I just feel this freedom, or the Republican areas.
Right.
They just seem more relaxed, less uptight, and that's how the red states used to feel. That's why we would all go try to find the blue state. It got completely reversed.
Like less in your business, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, less in your bit, less intrusive.
Yeah, less policey. More relaxed.
Well, I don't know. I can see if you stood out though. Like you don't stand out. Like you don't have a lot of flair to you, unless you dress something different outside. But you don't. You don't have a lot of flair to you. And actually, I had a question. I'm hopeful it's not offensive. It's just my intent is positive, Jeff. I remember back in the day before that this transgender thing was more popular, that gay people were getting a lot of flack or hate. Has the hate reduced with the transgenders having more spotlight? And how does that feel if it has
It's
changed?
I think it's reduced. I think it's almost non-existent. I don't think about it or worry about it at all. But I've been living in Seattle the last 15 years or so where it's pretty safe. And before that, I was in New Orleans and Vegas. So I was in environments where it was kind of normalized already. But from what I can tell from just the people I talk to, the places I visited, what I see on social media, I don't think it's an issue. I don't know where it's a big issue anywhere in the U.S. anymore. The trans thing, mostly because of the kids. I think if it didn't involve minors, people would even be more live and let live about the trans thing. Nobody had a problem with drag queens until they started going to the schools and the libraries. In fact, they probably had less problems with drag queens than they did with gay people in my generation. Drag
Yeah,
queens were even more tolerated than gay people.
the first time I heard about a drag queen in the news was the library event. Yeah, it was a library event. That's the first time I've heard.
Because the kid, they can't. I've been to plenty of drag. To me is burlesque. It's adult entertainment. I've never seen a drag queen that doesn't try to push it somehow into adult territory as part of their camp, their expression, etc. And so I've never associated with something that needed to be around kids. And so I don't. When it started showing up in schools and libraries, that was weird to me. Or even before that, it showed up at Pride. Like it was family fit friendly Pride, and the drag queens were like these Disney characters that children would take pictures with and get autographs, and they were drawing like the young generation, the RuPaul crowd. And all of a sudden, drag queens became the center of Pride, and then they would push it with these ridiculous outfits and political messages, and that started to dominate. And it was targeted more at the younger generations. So I think the library and the school things was an extension of what was already starting to happen at the prides.
And do you feel like the Democrats were pushing more of that image to the public?
I don't know if it was the Democrats specifically, like the establishment Democrats, but it was definitely that progressive activist, that LGBTQ trans progressive activist. It's all one kind of thing. It's that feminist industrial complex.
Going back to what the freak said, well, the Dems and the blue states all went to identify identity politics as their mainstay, which is correct. And that's where I'm like, so what do Republicans do? They more do economical politics?
That seems to be the trend with the new platform they put out. It seemed to focus more on very practical issues that a lot of people care about. Immigration was a big one, and economic issues. It was less about social and cultural issues, which I think was the right move on the part of the Republicans and the smart move. I think that's going to open up a lot of opportunity for people that might have been former alienated to come in and start collaborating on some of these issues and instill fresh blood into the party. So this is a great opportunity. If it's in a process of flux and transformation, so it's a great opportunity for whoever the leaders turn out to be to steer it in a direction that works for more and more Americans, because the progressive wing of the Democrat side does not seem to be doing it. It's just alienating everybody but themselves. It's the same people I just got canceled from. It's that same, if you're going to just keep canceling all of America until 3/4 of us are on the far right Nazi side of the spectrum, then you're just boxing yourself in to your little bubble and your little niche. That's not America anymore.
Now, what is the obviously boxing yourself in is not healthy, right? So are there any benefits of doing that? Is other than safety, maybe you feel safe that everybody's at echo chamber? What are the benefits of people doing that? Like, why do people do that?
Consolidation of power. They have this common myth now that they can all centralize around. And then the more people that centralize around it, the more numbers and power, like political influence, votes they have.
Who really has the power in a group like that? It's really strange. Like,
who knows?
I can't really pinpoint the power person other than the idea or the phrase having the power, the concept.
I see power as more of a dynamic concept. I don't think it's in any one person continuously at any given time. And who knows with the group, and it depends on, probably at the local level it varies.
Mm-hmm.
In my field right now in Washington State, the mental health, the peer support field, and this might be shifting, but for the last few years, it seemed like the trans and gender ideologues, for some reason, had more power and influence than any other group. And they were getting all of the positions. They were speaking at all of the events. That's who people were coming to listen to and hear. And they were driving policy. They were in positions at the state level that could help influence policy. And so I noticed things start to shift around kind of their needs and their view of peer support. So it just depends. Like every group dynamics, I think, are probably pretty consistent across humans, at least maybe here in the West. Oh yeah, that's part of the that's part of what draws me to kink and BDSM, because it's an outlet to explore those power dynamics that I don't have any interest in power dynamics in real life, socially, at all. I don't care about status and hierarchy. I'm a Sigma. So my power dynamics show up in that arena.
So you don't want the keys to the city? You don't want to be mayor?
No. And neither did George Washington. That's what makes him so remarkable. He had the chance at absolute power, and he gave it up so that we could have our democracy where we rotate out our leaders.
That's an interesting concept. What would you do if we voted you into power, Jeff? How would you handle that?
I've had a little bit of experience with that growing up.
It seems like
I'm not comfortable with power, but also here's where I end up in power. When nobody around me knows how to do the thing, and I'm the person that knows how to get it done. So I end up in the position because of competency. And so I end up at the top of a competency hierarchy. And that's usually where I find myself in the positions of power and leadership, because nobody else knows what they're doing. But as long as somebody else thinks they know what they're doing, people usually don't come to me for that kind of stuff.
Well, I don't feel like you abuse your power. You're pretty good. Just to let you know.
I try not to. It was hard. One of the hardest things when I started teaching was being the authority figure, the lone authority figure in a room full of 20 or 30 young humans. And my tendency was to be one of them. In fact, that was one of my strengths. I could talk on their level. I could relate to them, but also keep the authority at the same time, to where when I said something, they respected me enough and took it seriously enough to comply so that I could manage the classroom. So I kind of wanted to be on their level in one sense, because that gave me my best teaching. But the classroom management part involved me still establishing some kind of position of authority over them. And that was hard for me. That was really, really hard, being in that role.
I bet.
It wasn't naturally. I was uncomfortable with it. It was like when you're growing up as a kid and you have dreams that you're behind the wheel of a car, but you don't know how to drive. And then you wake up like, oh my God, that was scary. It was like that. It was like being in a role that I don't have the skill. I've never been in it. I don't know if I have the skill to be in.
Well, that's a good one. The first thing you said, that you're able to ground yourself with everybody in the room. I heard I have a hard time repeating this quote, but it's like the smartest person in the room can explain every aspect of what is needed to be taught to every level of IQ. He doesn't just repeat the book. He's able to explain it to everybody at every level, if it needs to be at first grade level all the way up to a graduate level. He can explain it all the way to those different levels to every person in the room, not just at graduate level.
There are people out there way smarter than me, because I have a floor at which I can't communicate anymore, and I struggle. Like, there's a certain level that I can't simplify it anymore and I need somebody else to come along and translate it. So I can
Hit that
do like
level.
graduate level, college, high school, even middle schoolish level. But if you get to some of the lower grades, that's where my skill ends, and I
Interesting.
can't communicate it more simply than that.
Yeah, I lose patience. I'm like, bro, I've tried 3 different ways. I don't know
Yeah.
how else to. Yeah, I've tried. I've tried. Well, yeah, I understand.
Good morning, Daniel.
I have a floor most houses do. Yeah, yeah. True.
So yeah, I'm definitely not one of those smartest people because there's some ranges I can't reach.
You know, one of the first things about this whole modern movement of cis trans, that word actually offended me at first. I was offended. I was like, "Oh,
I
what's
still
this?"
don't like it.
You know, cis trans. I was like, "What is that?" And then I realized, I guess through a little bit of research, is trans and cis trans is a word a lot older than I thought, and is actually a word from Roman times, I guess.
It's using chemistry.
Is it? See what I
Yeah,
mean? It's, I mean, it's
that's
a
where I
lot
know it.
older. And I guess it was actually a scientific term, I guess.
Yeah,
But
it's a Latin
chemistry.
term.
Yeah. And I guess the uneducated, ignorant people like myself were offended. It was weird. It was weird being offended by a word, dude.
Well, no, I think your intuition is correct because what it's doing is it's positioning you in a category in their framework and positioning themselves in relation to that category. And it's not in a positive way. So I think you're right to pick up that this is something weird that's being directed against me because their ideology is directed against heteronormativity. And so if they can put you in this category that they've created called cis and contrast it with their identity, which is trans, they could paint you as an oppressor that's somehow causing suffering or harm or damage or holding back them as Americans. And then they can leverage that and weaponize that to advance their own agendas and their own selves. So when you hear yourself being called cis, there is an agenda behind it. I don't think it's just descriptive.
Yeah. And yeah, cis was an older word that I didn't realize how old it was. Yeah, cis and trans are, I guess, are old words.
Is Snafu Snap still in the back?
No, he hasn't been for a while.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
How you doing, Moose?
Me, I'm just listening to you guys.
Sandwich,
Sitting
bro.
back.
Where'd you go? Jeff and I have been having a conversation. You could have added a little bit, bro. Even like a burp.
Hey, he's a family man. He has responsibilities,
Yeah.
duties.
Oh, well, I had my phone on the charger and I was in the other room, so I went to go press the button, but it wasn't there. And if I left the mute button, like if I left it off, then you know how it goes.
You know, I think some words should be removed from the English vocabulary. Like one is normal, the other one is freedom. There ain't nothing normal. Is that running normal? It's like I don't know. It's a little off. It's always something, yeah. It's like normal. What's normal?
No, I don't think
What's normal?
words should be removed. That's censorship.
Well, what's freedom? Do we actually have freedom?
Words. I'm more with Wittgenstein. Words are categories.
What about made up words?
Some of them are fuzzy and they're imperfect, but it's language games. It's contextual. I took that philosophy test, and that's what I came up as, a contextualist. So it depends on the context as to what the word means. So when you just go about removing words separate or independent from context, A, I don't understand the sense in that, and B, you don't know what you're messing with on the ground in the individual contexts that are using that word.
My logic
language.
Okay, question for you then. Question. What about like specific definitions of words? Should people be like, should they have to use the specific definitions of words, or can they use slang terms, or you know what I mean? Because like the thing is like when people use a word these days, you could say a word and it can mean 12 different things. Like, but there's actually a dictionary and it actually has a few definitions under it. And if we stuck more towards that, then we would actually understand what we're communicating with each other a lot better, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's getting harder as we get more chaotic and fragmented as a society and through social media. We have all these different groups and cultures like interacting for the first time. So language is going to be messy for a while, and I'm okay with that. That the point is that the people talking and using it for communication need to be clear on how they're using words in their conversation. And we discover on these panels all the time that we use words in slightly different ways. So talking through that and aligning your definitions or making sure you're at least talking about the same thing even though you're using different words, I think is important. But it doesn't have to be this laborious process. It could just be part of the conversations that we find ourselves having now.
I find that interesting when people are having debates and they haven't established definitions yet of words, and they are getting held up on what they're trying to say because they're fighting over the debate what that word means. I'm like, well, come on, guys, just get over that hump and just establish what you both, if you can get past what the definition of that one thing is and then move forward. But they can't. It's really strange seeing debates get hung up on that.
Yeah, like probably 90% of the work I did in philosophy, in my formal philosophy, was semantics, like sifting through definitions and aligning the language between two people. And then once you do all of that, the actual issues you're talking about, you find that you're rarely at actual disagreement. Most of it was linguistic confusion. And if you are, it's because you share two opposing values. And then once you work through the linguistic stuff, it allows you to be aware of and clarify those value positions that you each hold instead of talking about getting mired in semantic arguments. So I think that process of working out the language part is very useful, and it helps you to get at what's important about the underlying conversation.
It's sad that we humans have been here this long and we only have so much time on Earth, but we still haven't figured out how to clearly communicate to each other.
Yeah, it's always. I think that's just normal. If we went back 2,000 years or 5,000 years, we'd see humans going through the exact same thing we're going through now. As new humans encounter each other, they try to communicate and grunt and point through their differences and establish some kind of middle ground where they could collaborate and accomplish things and keep society going.
I noticed that also, and that's why I kind of stay away from some debate topics, because if we've been debating it for 2,000 years, then I'm not going to change something with my opinion. you know what I mean? Like 2,000 years and people still haven't figured it out and they're still yelling at each other about it. I don't think I'm going to figure it out for us.
That's most things. I think each new generation there's like different versions of it that manifest in that generation that they have to work out. But I don't know. There's not a lot that I see in the modern world that looks strange or unfamiliar to me that I would not recognize if I went back 2,000 years. I'd be like, oh yeah, this is the same stuff we're doing 2,000 years into the future. With the exception of technological breakthroughs and advances like AI, social media, like the connection that social media, that's all new stuff that might be influencing things a little bit.
Now, I always thought it was interesting that there's been debate that people aren't influenced by music, video games, and movies, right? And they don't react their reactions don't reflect what they watch or what they take in. There's been cases like, we've had bad events happen, like people hurting people and saying, well, they listened to this type of music and that music influenced to do this. And then they completely deny it. They'll go to court and say, no, the music had no influence on them. But then I'll go to San Diego in the middle of summer and there's San Diego Comic-Con and everybody's dressed in a Star Wars outfit from 1980s. Like, I think that had a little bit of influence on those people. So I don't know. What's your opinion on it? Does all this stuff in society influence people? And like, is it, like, are we just like as cattle, sheep?
How do you quantify influence? Because I'm not influenced by every single thing that I see. There's some things influence me more than others. I think it varies by the individual, and I think most people are not influenced to go commit crime. So the people that are committing the crime, I think there's other factors there that the influence is acting on with them specifically. that are not that I think are not necessarily a danger for the rest of us. So the important thing to do is to isolate all the factors involved. And I think a music or a book or whatever could maybe potentially possibly be one of those factors, so you could take it into consideration. But you have to use your judgment when you weigh all this stuff, because there's no way to quantify it. Like I use porn all the time and I'm fine, and people keep telling me what a negative influence it's having on my life, and I'm like, where? I know people that listen to gangster rap that are just, I don't have to worry about them at all going out and shooting people or anything. It's just music. It influences their culture, maybe their values, their beliefs, but I don't have to worry about them acting on it. So art can influence it in ways that are personal to ourselves, but don't necessarily translate into a type of action that society has to worry about. So I think it's what type of influence and what extent, and that extent part is the part that's hard to quantify.
Oh, thanks for explaining. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, for example, Star Wars had 18% influence on his life. On this crime, it had 0% influence.
Yeah.
But on his life, he was a Star Wars fan. All right, I get that. Thank you. That makes
like
sense.
It's hard to make. I guess legal experts can try to make that connection when they're presenting their cases. I don't know if there's a scientific way to make it. There might be a rhetorical way to make it. Because I know, like, some of the shooters' manifestos, certain things will show up and people will think, oh, but I'm very anti-censorship. They do it in the name of safety, because these one or two people might experience this in a way that causes harm or damage to the rest of society. We need to protect everybody. We need to protect society from that. So we need to, that's Plato. That comes from Plato. He was the original censor, social engineer, etc. It's a form of Platonism. That they have to control what the rest of us are exposed to, because there's a danger that some of us could translate it into an action, like a harmful action. And I totally disagree with that. I think that there's a certain price and risk that I'm willing to assume for the freedom that I have, and that's part of it. So I don't want things overprotected or over safety. I'm willing to take the risk of a few incidents here and there, which I don't think are avoidable in our society. If we want the society we claim we want, we're going to have some kind of tolerance for that kind of stuff.
That's actually one of the questions I was thinking about today, Jeff. And it seems like your society would have a lot more fun than my society. And I was wondering, how much authority should a government have? Like, should we be living like in the 1984 book, whatever it was, where everybody has like no emotions, all controlled, whatever it is, or where everything's regulated? Like, the government runs pretty well. Like, if society was run by the government, like the army, would we be really successful, but no one would have fun,
I think that's better addressed at the regional level, because different parts of, we're so diverse culturally, different parts of America have different needs around authority and regulation than other parts. And I think letting each little subcultural group work it out for themselves is the more American thing to do. Even on an individual level, we have different authority needs. Like, there's people that I know personally in my life that need way more authority than I do. And so I think adults meeting their own needs for authority when they can is the best approach I would take. Letting people determine how much authority they need or don't need, and then they can go seek it out. But there is a minimum amount we need to keep society from, just like there's a minimum amount of traffic laws we need to keep the traffic flowing smoothly so that we can all benefit from the interstate system.
Yeah, it's tough to find the fine line of overstepping the boundaries of your government. That is definitely, yeah. Wow.
That's why I think the local level is the place to experiment with that. Like, I remember in Vegas when they started to remove smoking from the casinos, and in a place like Vegas, that's a major change. And I wasn't sure it was the right call.
Was it officially? Or did they do that? Is no more smoking in the casinos?
In the casinos
That's a huge change, bro.
and the restaurants. Yes, I
Yeah.
know. It was a weird. It was an experiment. Like maybe this is the right thing to do. Let's try it. If it's not, maybe we can undo it through the political process. It was that kind of
Dude.
experimentalism.
This just reminds me back in the day how ignorant people were to allow people to smoke on airplanes.
I know. I remember the movie Airplane. It completely normalized it. Like it'd be weird to think that you couldn't smoke on a plane.
Yeah, and people
You
were
could
like,
smoke everywhere. There was nowhere. Restaurants had smoking sections. Lobbies of doctors' offices had ashtrays that you could sit there and smoke while you're waiting to see the doctor.
"Oh, that's a good point. There might still be smoking areas in casinos where they section off an area." Something like that.
I know that there was a big push, but in fact, it took them several cycles to get it through. It wasn't just one election.
Yes.
And the big casinos pushed back against it hard, and they usually get their way. So the fact that the casinos did not get their way here shows that money and power, there are limits to it. They are not the omnipotent institutions that you think they are. Sometimes the little guy does win, and they could not pull it off. Eventually, public will won, and they wanted the not smoking, and they got it. And the casinos were forced to adjust. So I'm sure they put wheeled and dealed and pulled some ways to still get their customers access to their smoke.
Chuck, he says he used to smoke when back in the day when flying. Chuck looked like one of those guys. You look at him, and he's smoking a cigarette, and then like 20 minutes later, he's smoking that same cigarette, but the ash is like this long.
He's the one that can hold the cigarette on his lip and talk while he smokes.
Yeah,
I had a teacher
Yeah.
that used to do that.
Yep. Yeah. He's eating the cheeseburger while it's
He would put cigarette on his lip and just leave it there. The lip would hold it while he talked and spoke.
Yep. Yeah, cigarettes used to be an American symbol. That's something scary. Oh, America, bro.
It's that willingness to take risk. Like all America as a country was a huge. It was people saying, "This is probably not going to work, and there's no guarantee that we could pull it off. But fuck it, this opportunity is too great. We got to take it.
This land is amazing.
Yeah, we have to take this risk. The payoff is too great."
Yeah. Oh man, can you imagine America being like having no flavor in tea? No.
Well, Obama did try to ban flavored cigarettes and clove cigarettes.
Yeah, I heard that's one of the I guess things that Britain people don't season their food. English
They
people
don't appear at all. In fact, I knew when I left New Orleans to come
boiled
up here
chicken, bro.
that I was taking a hit. Like I knew that the palate here was not tuned to the palate where I came from, and that I would have to adjust my expectations of food.
You see, if I was gonna smoke, I think menthol would be the best because you get 2-in-1 in your cigarette.
Right.
Yeah.
I liked a good menthol. I couldn't smoke them regularly, but every now and then a puff or two off of a good minty cigarette it felt refreshing, relaxing.
The reason why I didn't pick up cigarettes because I knew how much they were designed to be addictive. They weren't naturally addictive. They were designed. Billions of dollars were invested into that product to make sure that they worked. And I was like, dude, I can't do that. Like, it's backed by scientists. It's gonna work.
Not laws. I'm currently watching the American Revolution documentaries, and I think you have a little bit of distortion and some propaganda at work, but you're not completely making it up out of whole cloth. It wasn't founded on white supremacy, et cetera, et cetera. There are some little cherries you can pluck out of American history and put that narrative together. So I'm not completely dismissing it. What I would say is none of that shit's going on today. Nobody thinks manifest destiny and Jim Crow and racism and all that. So I think you need to give modern American credit for progressing and modern Southerners. People underestimate the amount of progress that the South on its own was motivated to make around these issues of racism and stuff. If you think the South is still living in the Civil War days, you're missing a lot of progress.
I would think any culture back in the day that had a king and several kings all believed in manifest destiny, right? Right. In order, like, for that person to become a king, they would have to be like they were that's what I would think. Like China had manifest destiny with all the dynasties they went through and all the people thinking they were the god of the people. So I don't think it's a white supremacy thing. I think every culture has done it.
I think the white supremacy card is way overplayed. I know actual white supremacists from Louisiana. Being from Louisiana, we had David Duke. I know actual white supremacists. They are very rare. They are not the people you encounter at the grocery store every day. You have to go find them. You have to go way out in the woods and find the trailer parks that they live in if you want to find a white supremacist. And this idea that there's a white supremacist, like secret, there's a clan hood in any closet of anybody you interact with is just conspiracy brain paranoia to me. And the fact that the progressive left is feeding that narrative, it's one thing that keeps me away from them.
Question for you, because you're pretty big on the founders and George Washington. George Washington was my favorite of the founders. And what about the natives, man? Like what if the natives had the right idea on living? You know, they were nomads for the most part. They were one with nature. You know, in many other tribes. Like, how do you feel about the natives?
I love the natives. I'm part native. My own culture, the Cajun culture, started out as the Acadian culture in Canada. And our culture developed in cooperation with the natives. We took a lot of our cultural values from our interaction with the Mi'kmaq and the natives of Nova Scotia. I think the natives are another strain in America. They're another of that group. They fought on both sides. A lot of them fought on the side of the British because that's the side they thought they were going to win, and they were looking out for their self-interest. But they had natives also fighting on our side. I think their voices and their culture, I think they're one of the strands in that tapestry. That's America. And so I value the natives like I value all the other parts of us.
I think they had it tough, bro. Like I couldn't imagine like America in the winter back in Native American times was tough.
But they were also adapted to that lifestyle on the land, that hunter-gatherer lifestyle.
Could you imagine getting out of a teepee in the middle of winter to go take a poo?
I've been camping. I love that lifestyle. I could live camping. I could live that lifestyle. Maybe that's the native in me. I am part
ice
native.
And sludge. You're like, bro, I don't gotta go to the bathroom right now.
I love that stuff.
Your moccasins are all soaking wet.
But they were fighting. They were warlike. They were fight. They were not these innocent, peaceful little.
I love my paper.
Noble savages that people think. They scalped each other. The natives would kill people, like they kill Americans and send the scalps to the American leaders. Like,
that's brutal. If I was a warrior, I would never thought about doing that to someone as a symbol to fear. I don't know, like as a symbol. That's beyond me. I would just, that's beyond me. That's definitely some kind of scare tactic or something, or trophy thingy.
Look at all the BIPOCs we have in our chat. Goblin, Chuck, me.
Welcome.
Yes. Welcome. We'll have to have a BIPOC.
American history is crazy, and it happened really fast.
Yeah. And it's still, and America's still a crazy country happening really fast. So that continuity is still there. And I think as the generations move further and further away from the founding, the expectations of what America is, I think, change and get a little bit distorted or divorced from that. And so I think understanding what America actually is or started out as, and then aligning yourself to that is much more useful than just imagining it as whatever you think it is and try to make it be that. But that's kind of America too. You just have to go through the rest of us to pull it off.
Yeah.
But how did we almost ethnically cleanse our whole place when we had all those slaves? They're still part of American life today.
Well, he's talking about how we removed the natural.
Right. He's talking about one event in our history.
And it's strange because like technically they wouldn't consider themselves one group. If you
And
ask
he's
all the Native,
Canadian too. Don't you have your own issues with
if
your natives?
you ask Native Americans, like, hey, are you the same as the Cherokee? And it's like, no, 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 no. Apache and Cherokee, no, 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 no. They wouldn't group themselves together.
Yeah.
They would
They
say
were
no.
just as
Yeah,
tribal
so
as other
yeah,
humans.
yeah. And so every landmass has had this happen where one group is taking it. Like, yeah, it's happened. It's sad. History's sad. I'm just so glad that we don't take over land like that. I just find it sad that people from nowadays don't have the option to take over land that's not being used. Like, there's plenty of land in the United States not being used. Why can't I take it over? Take over, like, why can't I have 20 acres of that land not being used in a place that no one can contest? There's no contest about it.
Why can't you?
Yeah, it's like, why can't I? But no, you have to go over there, buy it, pay taxes on it. Yeah, and then it's like, why can't I just
So then
have
it's
that
not somebody owns it. Then if you have to buy it, that means somebody already has it.
Yeah, like how is all the land already established in the world that there's not one piece?
Well, that makes sense in the U.S. We've been around long enough for us to claim and catalog all of our land.
Yeah, I just find that messed up somehow.
But there's also public land. You just can't camp on it anymore. Chuck, what's up?
I got a question. You guys think the Constitution is a living instrument?
That's a good question. I have a question too. Is your headphone on like half of your head?
I've had surgery, so I can't wear it over my other ear. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, I hope you get to feeling better.
Oh, I am.
Great question, Chuck.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what the Supremes wrestle with that all the time, like the strict constitutionalists versus I forgot what the other school
It's
of thinking
protected
is.
like a living body. I know that, but they protect it like it's someone who's alive. That piece of paper.
I think the way I like the way we do it now, having a body of expertish to use to like defer to their judgment and let them work through and think through each individual case and see where the Constitution should be followed strictly and where it needs to be updated to fit existing needs. I think that's good, having that dynamic, fluid system of letting the people determine through the representatives of the Supreme Court. I like that it's not a single entity. It's centralized. It's centralized among what, 7 or 9 people, however many we have, and we can always adjust the number. I think that works.
It's up to the president to determine how many.
Oh, I thought it was Congress that could add.
Well, he can suggest to Congress, and Congress neither abide by or go against. Because who was it? Was it FDR that was going to stack the court, and they stood up against him?
Something like that. Let me see
if I remember right. He was going to put an insane amount of people on the Supreme Court to have a true supremacy on ideology.
Right. They're always threatening to pack the court.
What's your opinion, Chuck? Is it a living, breathing document?
No, the only way that can be is if they vote to change what's in it. Congress would have to suggest a change, and 3/4 of the states would have to agree to the constitutional change. You just can't arbitrarily adapt the written word anytime you feel like it. Because on its face it is a very good document. And that's where it gets skewed out of context, is by the differing opinions on what they want it to mean as opposed to what it really means.
This is what the AI had to say about the justices. They said the number of Supreme Court justices isn't dictated by the Constitution itself. It's up to Congress to decide. There's something called the Judiciary Acts, which they established very early. And in the early days, the number fluctuated between 5 and 10. And since 1869, although the Judiciary Act set the number at 9. Since 1869, though, the Judiciary Act set the number at 9. And it's remained there ever since. It's 1 Chief Justice and 8 associates.
Right. It's always got to.
So it's actually never been expanded. It's only been threatened to be expanded. Theoretically, the number could be expanded. There have been proposals because the power to determine the number lies with Congress, not the Constitution itself. So if Congress decides, they can pass something that changes. So that's why they keep threatening to change the number of justices. But it looks like they've never actually done it.
It has to be an odd number, too. You can't have it 50.
Well, there's nothing that even says that. They would do that for practical reasons to prevent a tie, but they're not dictated. There's nothing that mandates they do it that way.
Yeah, I don't remember what the largest number or the smallest number of Supreme Court used to be.
Oh, it says it has been expanded and shrunk throughout history. Congress has changed the court size a total of 6 times.
Wow.
The largest court was during the Civil War era when it had 10 justices.
What's the smallest?
I think the smallest would be the original required 1 Chief Justice and I think 4 or 5 associates, so maybe 5.
Yeah, I thought you said 5 earlier when you was reading.
Jeff.
Resto, that's probably you in the back. Can you flash?
Jeff, I just came to drop a gem on you real quick.
Okay.
So when you look at the Cherokee flag, you'll see stars around it, and there's 7 stars.
It's definitely me. It's definitely me, Jeff.
All right.
Yeah, cool. That's Resto.
I don't think anybody could imitate this.
Yeah, that's true. Welcome.
Yeah, that's one of a kind right there. But the 7 stars on that Cherokee flag, they are the 7 sisters. Do you guys know who
the stars
on the Cherokee flag? Do you guys know what the 7 sisters are?
I know it's a constellation.
Yeah,
they stayed at my house last night.
It's the Pleiadians. It's the Pleiadians, and they tell us that that's New Age religion, when in fact it's actually ancient beliefs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wait, is this the Phillip I always see in chat? Oh, and by the way, Jeff, I was talking to Blind earlier, and I know that you wanted to talk to him. And
is that the guy from Verbal Combat?
Yeah, and so like I invited him over, so maybe he'll hit the link.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah, so they kicked him off. Someone paid $100 to kick him off before the show even started. He didn't even get a chance to play.
Wait, off of what show?
Verbal Combat last night.
What show? I don't know. I don't know what show that is.
Speakeasy.
Who?
Verbal Combat.
Who?
He does every Friday.
Yeah, I missed it. I didn't know you were on there last night.
I don't know who that is.
He's another content creator who has
I thought
a show.
You've been on it, Arresto.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Called Verbal Combat.
I don't know what Verbal Combat is. I don't know who Speakeasy is. I don't know who the fuck that is. Sound like a bitch boy to me, but we can keep going.
I think because I think you were on it one night.
Oh, wait a minute, Resto. Oh, Resto. Yeah.
Bro is two steps ahead of us. Yeah.
Yep, he's right. Resto don't know.
Welcome, Blind.
I don't know who that is. What's up, Blind?
It's a pleasure to be here, guys. How y'all doing today?
Oh, dude, how are you doing after
last night?
Find somewhere to go.
So, what's the good word? What's the topic of discussion today?
The good word is legs. Go spread it.
Damn.
They kicked Blind Furry right here. Someone paid $100 to kick him off the show.
Twice.
Somebody didn't like him.
Twice?
Both times. The only 2 times I've been on there, they did it both to me within the first 5 minutes, both times.
Wow, somebody's really wanting to shut you down. What is
I got moved off here too, but I was drunk. What's your excuse?
Oh.
I was probably drunk too. No, I probably should have been drunk.
Yo,
One of the
Philip
two.
reminds me of the Deus Ex fucking main character. He looks just like him. If you ever look it up, hold on, I'm gonna find a picture.
Did you say gay as sex? What?
No, hold on.
Jeff's,
I couldn't
No more
resist.
popcorn for Chuck.
Chuck's,
No more popcorn.
Chuck's porn history has been pretty sketchy lately, Resto. You don't want to know about it.
Oh,
fuck,
man,
it's not
mine
Deus
is
Ex. It's fuck, what's that? Damn, what's that game? It's not Deus Ex. Fuck. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Fortnite.
Either way, that was a good game. They had the twin towers in that game.
I like that flip. Twin flowers.
JC.
If you guys are gamers,
this
you
is
gotta
all.
check out that game I was telling y'all about. Though they're supposed to be releasing it on Steam soon, man.
Which one?
It's called Body Cam. It just looks so realistic, like it's crazy.
Oh,
Body
what kind of
cam.
game is it?
Okay.
I think it's an RPG.
Sound like a cop type.
Hey, can I
that's
show my
what
screen real
was
quick?
thinking.
Yeah. What's on it?
I got you. I'm just gonna show you the picture that I immediately thought of when I saw Philip.
Oh, yeah. You mean like put it in the back and then I'll pull it up?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
just do it like this.
Sometimes it's actually easier to do it like that because when you like share multiple screens, sometimes it lags.
That's
Who
just
is that?
immediately what I thought of. Like when I saw. It's from a video game. It's like a really old video game, but this is immediately what I thought of. I promise you. Like as soon as I saw him, I was like, "Yeah, that's definitely him."
Oh.
But
That's like some Mortal
yeah, sorry
Kombat
about that.
1.
That's just what I thought of.
you're
Wait, who said
crazy,
something about
man.
being
So,
game?
Blind, I want to make sure
Who
you
said
have
something
a
about being
chance to
gamer?
speak since people keep.
How much it
Shut
cost
you
me to
down.
kick him off?
What's that? I'm sorry?
What I said, I want to make sure you have a chance to speak since people keep shutting you down. So, what's on your mind, or why is everybody not wanting you to talk?
I don't know. Shoot, I must have a secret, like deep somewhere. Like I must be like the girl with the dragon tattoo or something. They just want to keep me shut up for some reason.
There's something. Do you know those people? Do you know who they are?
Yeah, no, it's because I feel like it's because I give coherent, easily digestible, smart arguments to the retarded things or some of the retarded things that what's his name says.
Oh,
but
Who?
yeah, and
so they're threatened.
Well, I mean, he has a hard time debating and not out of emotion. Like everything he says is kind of just like backed up by how he feels about something. And I kind of operate more of on a scientific, more of a pragmatic basis.
Yeah, I definitely relate to the struggle. It's real.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've
sometimes.
actually. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. Sorry, I just got here. You go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I actually found an effective way to commune with that panel, if you will. It's when he's joining other panels, and then he'll have his link, and if you hit his link, it'll redirect you over to that panel that he's on, and then he's different. You know what I mean?
I haven't seen that. But
Yeah, I mean, it's really whatever. I think what Blind is basically trying to say is that he's truthful with what he says, and it's easily digestible because he tries to connect with the real person. But a lot of people on YouTube don't want to hear that. Like they're just so used to like this how can I put it? Like this avatar of a person. Instead of like an actual physical being telling you how they feel. So when people feel threatened by that, because obviously Blind is a real person and he's coming to you as a real person, because a lot of streamers, you know, we tend to hide behind like, oh, I'm not going to give you any information, or I'm not going to tell you who I am, and I'm just resto chesto behind a fucking purple avatar, but it's blind when he's coming to you with real life information. It kind of makes you feel like, oh damn, like this guy's speaking the real truth, and a lot of people feel threatened by that. And if I'm wrong by that, Blind, you can tell me.
No, I think that's a part of it, but I think a part of it too is the fact that a lot of his chat just wants to be like involved, like they're just like happy to be there. So it's
I was
like
trying to steer it away from that because I'm not sure if that's what Jeff wants here, but
well,
I
I
don't
don't
go wherever it goes.
oh, Jeff, you don't give a fuck.
Mm-mm. As long as it
Okay.
doesn't get my channel struck.
Okay, fuck,
Yeah,
speak easy.
I don't mean any disrespect to any of you guys. And what's crazy is that some of the guys that had come up on panel, man, like I could feel them like waning in between wanting to like be cool with me and not being able to because Easy wasn't wanting to. You know what I mean? Like,
they kind of read their cue. They take their cue from Easy. He sets the tone.
Yeah, man. And I thought that it was pretty. I was like, man, that kind of sucks, but I kind of get it too because I guess they feel like he's kind of the boss, but not me. He's not my boss.
Mm-hmm. He ain't my boss either. I like Easy. I respect Easy, but nobody's my boss.
I don't.
Well, I feel like anybody, man. We live in the age that we do, and if any human being, because I asked a very simple question. I said, do you feel like women shouldn't be entitled to make their own decisions for their own lives? It's like a simple, general, basic question that has tremendous implications. And if your answer is no,
can we talk about that for a minute? Can we talk about that for a minute?
Sure. But I think that I think there might be a lot of rhetoric where people say, they shouldn't be, but when it comes down to it, I don't think that any good person would actually try to impose their will over a woman. That's crazy to me. And he represented the argument like as if he would actually try to physically stop a woman from being able to exercise her own will.
Can we? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. And I want to make sure Goblin gets into. He actually.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Goblin had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to share this with Blind real quick. From my experience, at least, persecution is confirmation that you're doing something right. Take that for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think that we should just like kind of put a pin in that. Let's focus on that conversation if you want to, Jeff. I mean, this is your show. Talking about like are women equal to men, or should women have more rights, or how is the red pill treating women at this point? Like, it's actually just fucking disgusting to me. If I was gonna say something about it, it's just fucking disgusting to me how most of these people on YouTube view women. Like they come here and they say like, oh, women, they need to just follow men. They can't be the leaders of anything. They can't lead a household. They can't work. They can't vote. It should just be women.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Resto, because I've noticed that as well. Women receive like almost zero respect online, and I feel like that's wrong. I don't agree with equality, but I still feel like that's wrong.
No one can, we're not, everybody's not going to be equal, period. Whether you're a woman or a man, doesn't matter. But like, it's just like people shit on women so much on this fucking app. Somebody dropped.
Do you think respect is earned? Yeah, I'm more MGTOW too, Maniac.
Yeah.
Me too.
I think respect is earned, but like, I think women have earned that fucking respect.
Well, no, they have to earn it on each woman has to earn it on an individual level. And there are women that I highly, highly respect because they've earned it. And there's many, many women that don't earn it. In fact, they do the opposite. They antagonize, they're hostile, they cause friction, conflict, communication breakdowns. That's hard to respect.
I can have disrespect for women without having the disillusion that I have the right to exercise my control over them. Like there's plenty of I disrespect, but I don't think that I should be able to tell them what to do. To me, that's That's
I'm not trying to tell
fucking
you.
crazy talk.
And when you take care of a woman, you're called a simp. I've been called a simp because I give my wife flowers. Oh wow, I'm taking care of my wife. I guess I'm a simp. And like it's mostly the people that are single and not even in relationships that tell you that you're simping for fucking women. And I'm like, dude, I'm married and I just got a fucking blowjob before I hopped on this panel. So I don't know who's the simp here.
Is flowers for your wife or woman or significant?
Flowers
is
for,
that not
flowers
a form
for any
of
woman is not
appreciation?
simping.
Exactly.
Flowers for any woman is not a simp. It doesn't matter.
It's
I'll send flowers. I was just about to say, yeah, I'll send flowers to anybody if they're doing good. If I feel like they need a pick me up, like I'm sure if a man got flowers too, he'd be like, damn, like this kind of made me feel good. It made me feel special. And not to just bring up like old things, but like it's a thought that counts, right? Like we all need that sometimes. We all need love sometimes. And I think that like these men who are on here, like especially in the red pill sector, they're just so deprived of love that they don't even know how to show it. And that fucking sucks. And I feel so bad for them because trust me, I get love and give love every day.
They don't ever have the opportunity to exercise control. You see, I'm so respectful to my woman. I am so loving to my woman that she will do whatever I tell her to do. So I don't have to worry about whether she'll listen to me or not. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about whether she's going to be a whore, because she's not, period. I don't have to worry about if she's going to do what I want, because she's going to do what I want because she wants to please me, because I'm a catch.
Yes, because women are submissive if they appreciate their significant other.
Exactly.
Yes, you don't. Yeah, you don't force a woman. You don't force a woman to be submissive. She is submissive because she respects you. My wife respects me. Like I was telling somebody earlier today, when I wanted to take that Japan trip, I literally just told my wife, hey, I'm just gonna leave for 5 days. I'm just gonna go to Japan. I'll be back. No questions asked. I did what the fuck I wanted to do. Right now, that was not because I'm a man and she's a woman. That's because I took the time, I took the effort, and I earned that respect and that trust from my wife. Yeah, she trusts me right now. Yeah. I could literally just be like, hey, I want to go to the club. I'll be back. Nothing's gonna no fucking argument, no nothing, because I fucking earned that. And a lot of these people, they want that, but they don't want to put the work in for that. And that's their problem, because they don't even stay in relationships long enough. And then they try to put God behind everything. And they say like, well, God said you should respect me. No, just because you was born a man doesn't mean that you can use God to tell a woman what to fucking do. You sound stupid.
Well, sometimes these guys don't have the qualities that it takes to actually lead a woman, and not just that. Some of them feel like they're in competition with women, and for what's his name, Wheezy, to say that he felt like cheating should be illegal. To me, that you want to talk about a simp cup, whatever word you want to use, thing to say. If you have to resort to the law, to the police, keeping your woman from cheating on you, bro, your problems are beyond your relationship. Like if you have to resort to calling the cops so your wife won't fuck another dude, you're dumb.
Yeah,
bro. You don't even.
That sounds narcissistic. Anything you can do, I can do better. Yeah. I get that. And the reason why I said earlier that I don't agree with equality is because males and females are not created the same. When you bring males and females together as one flesh, as the Bible would say, that is equality. That is
they complete each other. Well, I believe that equal is not the same. I believe just because you're equal does not mean you're the same. Mm-hmm. So I consider myself equal with my significant other, but not the same. Just because I can go do this one thing doesn't mean that she can. But there's nuances to all that, and we both understand that. There's give and take. We communicate. She knows what I need. I know what she needs. But I put the work into finding a woman that understands how I operate, and vice versa. Like, it seems like these guys like him want they wanna create a pool of women that just are all these things and then be able to like take their pick. But what they don't realize is that the woman gets to pick back too, bro. Like, how do you know you're gonna be a pick? Because you're not very much of a pick. You're not very good of a pick when you're acting like that.
Yeah, and that's true. You
That
have
was
to be
my
able.
point with the whole prostitution thing. Was I was just trying to say that no, I don't agree with prostitution, and I don't have whores, and I don't want whores. But I think that a woman should be entitled to do anything she wants to do with her body. I mean, it's hers. It belongs to her. It don't belong to us as men. That was
Exactly,
my
it's her
only
body.
point.
It's her body, and honestly, all these people that are talking about like, oh, a woman shouldn't be whores. Y'all know y'all like whores. Stop fucking playing. Let's
The oldest occupation in history.
No, that really doesn't matter. But like everybody knows they like whores. Okay, you just don't want to marry a whore. You just want to have fun with her. That's fine, and everybody should understand that. And Jeff, please tell me if I'm being too much for your channel. Sometimes I get a little.
Oh God, have you
It's
watched
4 o'clock
stream?
well, I do watch your streams actually. I watch your streams a lot. Like I said, it's 4. I was just about to say it's 4 o'clock in the morning for me, and it's so weird that it's usually I'm falling asleep to your streams right now, but I'm actually up here. So.
Oh wow, well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah,
Always
I've been up
good
here
to
ever
have you.
since I met you on that one show that I don't know
That you
what
don't know
show
about.
was.
It doesn't exist.
It don't exist. Yeah.
How's the
And I
weather?
How's the what?
I thank you guys for having me on, man.
The
I
weather?
thank you guys for having me by.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. Blind. Is it blind?
Oh,
You prefer
Blind, you going down? You dropping down, Blind?
Oh no, I just wanted to extend my gratitude after you said that because I know I can't come off like I rub people the wrong way, but once people usually hear me out or talk to me, they understand that I don't mean no ill will, and I'm not usually saying as ridiculous of stuff as it sounds. And I thank you guys for trying to hear me all the way out, man.
All right,
You're
so
good.
wait.
You're good.
Can I address this comment real quick? Now, Resto, learn to read entire comments in context, not just cherry pick a couple words. And just because you're good with your wife being a streetwalker doesn't mean everyone is. I have no idea what you're talking about. My wife is safe and sound in my bed right now. So I have no clue what you mean by
She a streetwalker.
Yeah, I have no idea what they mean by them being a streetwalker.
I think that person
wild
was
to me.
deflecting because of what you said earlier.
How long that guy, whoever put that comment, is gonna flip the first time he has sex? It's gonna be crazy.
Oh.
I know, right, bro? They're gonna realize, man, bro, I'm gonna have to work for this shit instead of just thinking I can tell these girls what to do and they're gonna do it.
Some women, I think if it's consensual, that's fine. Like some women want that. They
Yeah,
want
some women do actually. Yeah,
they want to be led.
Well,
They
from
want
a
that
man
authority.
I've never seen a woman that wants direction from a weak man or an
Yeah,
insecure
maybe not from a
man.
weak man.
true facts. True facts.
And these are weak, insecure men that are spewing this belligerent bullshit. And it's like, bro, no woman's gonna want to be directed by no weak, insecure little boy, man. Like,
Imagine trying to say that you're a strong man in a group full of strong men who are all single. That's fucking wild to me, honestly. Like, how are you gonna tell me how to treat a woman when none of y'all have women?
And your girl weighing more than you. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's crazy the hypocrisy that can exist in some places, man. Like, number one, I don't. Nothing wrong with being skinny, man. But I would never. If I weighed 85 pounds and my girl weighed like 120, I swear to you, I'd be putting whey protein in everything I drank and doing push-ups from sun up to sundown, man. Cause I ain't about to be no skinny little control freak while my girl is. I mean, cause if you want a bad looking girl, she ain't gonna be no 85 pounds like you too. Like, I'm just saying.
You got to give her something to respect, you know? Like, you just can't have her like, oh, like, I respect him because he's a man. No, you got to give her something to respect. Like, have a good body. Like, you want her to have a good body too, so you have a good body too. You want her to have something about her life, so you have something about your life too. Like, go make money. Go fucking take care of yourself. Make sure you're good. Like a lot of people think that these things are weird. Like, because I do things to take care of myself, right? Like I exfoliate my skin. A lot of people are like, oh, that's gay that you go and exfoliate. Are you a woman? No, I just want to look. I want to look good for my wife, right? Okay, cool. And it's like, okay, so I keep myself. I know. It's like I keep myself sometimes clean shaven unless I want to look like a fucking barbarian. Like I do things to let my wife know that, like, yeah, you can respect me at this point. But I just don't feel like these people who talk about these things do things for people to respect them. I feel like they're just talking.
Control. Yeah, they want control.
And you can't control another person. That's literally slavery, dude. I don't control my wife 100%. If my wife right now wanted to be like, I'm gonna fucking let's just say she just says, hey, I'm gonna take the car, I'm gonna drive 100 miles an hour down the street, and I'm gonna go get McDonald's. There's nothing I can fucking do. Like I can be like, no, don't do that. But if she really wanted to, what I'm gonna do? Physically force her not to, or use the word of God?
I take pride in making my woman happy, bro. Because number one, I'm not gonna be with a woman that's not a woman of value, and to me, a woman of value has substance of soul. So like when I make my woman happy, bro, I'm accomplishing something. I'll polish my woman's toenails. I'll wash my girl's hair. I'll do all all that stuff because she deserves it. And just like she'll do any of the things that I require or ask for that she wants to do to pamper me, but that's because she's a human being that deserves to be explored and celebrated also. Like
exactly
to think that you, just because you're a man, that you are the only sex that deserves these celebrations of existence it's asinine, and it proves that you don't ever get none and you're not ever going to. And if you do, it's just going to be very temporarily.
Let me guess. So they fight with Daniel?
Oh, no. I think he just dropped. It is selfish. I love making my wife happy. I make it a point every day to try to make my wife happy. And my daughter. Any woman in my life. It doesn't matter. And that's the shit that we should be focused on rather than trying to teach people like a woman should listen to you because she was born a woman and you were born a man. And then God said this 300,000 years ago. Like, suck my dick from the back, nigga. I'm not listening to none of that shit. I don't give a fuck what you say. Prove yourself as a man and then you can talk to me. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Yeah. What's their line they always use? Go make me a sandwich.
Yeah, go make I don't even eat. I don't care about a fucking sandwich. You think I care about a sandwich?
None of them fools have ever had a woman make them a sandwich.
My wife tries to make me food, and I'm like, yo, like I'm good. Like I'm not even fucking hungry. Like for real.
Well, my girl makes anything I want, anytime I want, anytime I ask, because I'll do the same for her. Shit. Like we consider,
but my wife take care of other things for me. She's like if my laundry basket is full, she'll probably go fucking do it. And the thing is, like, okay, so this is what pisses me off. I don't think these people actually want a wife. They just want another mom because they moved out. Why does your wife have to do your laundry, clean, cook? Shouldn't you know how to do these fucking things? Like, am I wrong for saying that shit? Like, I don't want my wife to have to wash my clothes. That's just kind of weird. I'm not a fucking child. I can wash my own fucking clothes. I don't need you to cook for me. I'm good. I know what I want to eat today. I don't need you to clean for me. If I messed it up, I'll fix it. And we'll have one day out of the week, which is Sunday, to clean the whole house, and we'll do spot cleaning. And then once a month, we'll do deep cleaning. Like, I don't need my wife to go behind me and clean up like I'm a fucking child. That doesn't make any sense to me. Y'all red pill motherfuckers. Y'all don't want a wife. Y'all want another mother. That's all y'all want.
I don't think all red pillers. I mean, I'm red pill.
Why are you hanging out in red pill spots, Resto?
I'm not. They just like to keep my name in their motherfucking mouth.
Well, what is red pill? Because I sympathize with.
Okay, yo, Mike. Yeah, dude, you funny, bro.
I sympathize with the MGTOW community. Like I like a lot of their ideologies, but I'm not necessarily one of them guys. But are they considered red pill? I'm not familiar with like these red pill, blue pill.
There's something called the manosphere, and there's little subsets of the manosphere. And red pill's one of them. MGTOW's one of them. Pickup artist, PUA is one of them. And so in outsiders' mind, it all gets conflated into one, like incel, woman-hating group.
I think that's really what it is. It's more like a woman-hating thing. Like they got denied. They're all single. They just hate women because they can't get women.
Or
they're all like, "Oh, I'm just waiting for a good wife. I promise I'm just waiting for a good Christian woman," because that's the only one that's gonna fucking listen to you, dude. You got to earn that respect.
If you haven't seen the Red Pill documentary yet, it's free on YouTube. I just put the link. It's the best introduction to all this stuff that I've found.
Why are people? Why do you think these red pill guys are talking like this? Is it because of their like negative outlook on things? Is it because this is what they're taught?
No, it's definitely negative. It's definitely somebody hurt them, and they want to. So I honestly think that they want to say it so much that they think that people are going to be convinced. That way, they can convince women to listen to them. That's what I think it is.
Go back to the somebody hurt them part. If you care about them, I would want to take that seriously and find out where the hurt's coming from. Because for me, the red pill is a reaction to my negative experiences with women over and over and over.
Yeah, somebody.
And then I'm meeting other people that are having the same experiences, and we're all like comparing notes and talking and realizing there's something going on here.
Yeah, you're trauma bonding.
Well, yeah, kind of, sort of. Technically, trauma bonding is something that abusers do with their victims, or the victims do with the abusers. But we do have a shared negative experience. I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it trauma, but I guess for some people it could be.
They're all victims, and they're all just too scared to say, "I got hurt. I got hurt," and then they are all like, "Oh, don't go to therapy. Therapy's bad."
Why is that bad? Like, why is it that a bad thing? Men do get hurt, and they do need to talk about it and get help for it. Like help.
So yeah, my therapist is fucking hilarious. I actually like her a lot.
A lot of times, though, these guys don't want to admit that they are the ones that fucked up their whatever relationship that was that they got hurt by so badly, and they feel like they fucked up, but their girl should have stayed anyway. Because
that seems unreasonable.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you have to have something to offer her. Like, that's the whole point of life, man. Once you lose that concept, you lose the concept of what's going to drive you to achieve anything. Like, when you start,
what are most women looking for? What should men offer women? I would think security, right? That's
security. Security. Shelter.
I would say that they're looking number one to be made feel good, to be listened to, and that's like first and foremost, even in their youngest years, to be made feel good and to be listened to, and then
why you sipping? I'm joking.
Right, and then comes security and stability and being protected and being looked after and all that stuff. But a woman is willing to go to meet you halfway on anything, man. If you create a partnership, then you have a true, real deal partnership. And you don't have to you don't have to hold your woman to these like crazy fucking weird ideologies.
Okay, what do you guys think about this?
Wait, hang on, real quick, 1 second. This is not necessarily an all-male panel today, so if the rest of the guys are okay with it, if there's women that want to come up and add their perspective and contribute to the conversation,
that's fine with me.
Of course. I mean, I talk to women all day. You know the channels that I'm on. Hey, let's go.
Okay, go ahead, Philip.
All right, so we agree that one of the things or traits women are looking for is security in a man when it comes to relationships, and one of the things that helps build security is a man who's healthy because he's taking care of himself. He's taking care of himself. That's one of the things for security. Should the government make it mandatory that people work out?
No.
See, and that's where you lose. That's where you lose me when you bring the government into relationships.
Mhm.
Yeah, nothing should be mandatory.
Well, I mean, look at how many people are out of shape, right? Asking or demanding women to listen to them, or to demand to listen to them, because they have no authority or no security in the health industry, or the health aspect, or the health
I
space.
understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, that's a conversation that you need to. That's a conversation that you need to have with your woman, like, and that's what a lot of people don't have. Like, they let their significant other get fat or get like out of shape. Like me, for example, like if I see my wife get into like a certain area, which she's probably not because she has good genes. If I seen her get to a place where I'm like, I feel like she's unattractive, I'm gonna tell her like, hey, you're not looking the best. Like, we got to do something about this. Let's go to the gym together. And if she, feels like I'm not doing the best, she would tell me. She's told me that once before, and I did something about it.
Okay. So if I was in a tribe, right, and I saw my tribe, people were getting out of shape, and people hating on each other because they're getting out of shape. As the tribal leader, I would enforce health. I'd say, hey guys, it's time for us to start running. We'll get the whole group start running. We'll start get the whole group start training, and that way we would help eliminate that just one aspect in our tribe that is easy to eliminate just by enforcing
That's
health.
authoritarianism.
Well, that's like an
That
ideal
enforced thing I have a problem with.
That's like an ideal family ideology. That's what you want. I mean, if you could have it the best way, it would be that you and your wife and your kids do, and it doesn't even take much to be not obese. It doesn't
Right.
really.
That's
when
what I
you
mean.
think
Like a
about it.
minimum, just maybe waking up and doing some calisthenics and
Yeah, just not
push-ups.
eating that sixth sandwich and eighth bag of Doritos, and maybe getting up and walking to the mailbox 2 or 3 times a day. I mean, like most people have stuck in front of my computer screen for life body, and that's a lot of the reason why people aren't looking at them twice.
Is it the government's
That's a
job?
lot of the reason why most of these people on YouTube are just hidden behind avatars and they don't turn the camera on. But I digress.
Yes, exactly.
Is it one of the aspects of the government's job to look out for its population's health and well-being? So that would be an aspect to enforce, right? Or no?
I don't think
No.
so, because the government benefits just as much off of the industries that have to do with the death and unhealth as it does the opposite. So just like the government benefits off of all of the industries, the help you to be healthy, the government also benefits off of all the industries that help you to be sick and when you're dead, and so forth and so forth. But even more than that, if you want something and you see that that's how you get it, if I want this beautiful girl and I see that she's only into buff guys, then I'm gonna like just the baseline thinking should be, I need to try to accomplish that. Even if I can't, even if I don't meet that standard or ever achieve being her, man, I would at least want to put the effort into being one of the guys that could contend for a woman like that. Because
Exactly.
I
That's
mean,
being superficial, though.
No, that shouldn't stop him though, because like I was listening to what he just said, and at the same time he was talking, I was flipping it to the other side. Now, us as men, we always say, well, a woman needs to meet my standard, she needs to meet my standard. But why is it wrong when a woman has a standard? If a woman says, I want a guy that can fucking bench 300 or whatever the fuck, why is that an issue when now you have to meet that standard? All these people want women to meet their standards, but when a man has to meet a woman's standard to be with this said woman, that's an issue. I don't understand.
No, I don't think it's an issue.
and some of these qualities come, excuse me, some of these qualities come from centuries of evolving supposedly, and a woman is going to be naturally or more, this is at least what science tells us, is that a woman's going to be more attracted to a man that appears to be somebody that can protect her, take care of her, provide for her, and that's going to be a man that is. I mean, we know what that's going to look like. Just the same way that a man is going to be more attracted to a woman that looks like she can bear children, and so forth and so forth. Like, so it isn't. I don't think it's wrong for a woman to be into a good looking guy. I think it's wrong for her expectations to be wild and unreasonable, because not everybody is super. But man, there's tons of women, beautiful dime piece women that'll settle for a guy that just treats them right. So these nerd ass incel dudes that bash women, if they just switched up their fucking attitude and said, "Hey man, how can I help you to feel better about yourself?" They could actually compete in the dating field, but they're too egotistical to do that. Like, and they're entitled, and they don't have the right to be.
I don't see why that's an issue. I saw one of the comments. It's like if one of her standards is that a guy that bench presses a certain amount, you should steer clear. If that's one of her standards, I don't see why that's an issue. Men have a lot of standards that women can easily meet, but if they choose not to, that's not an issue. I was making the statement saying that when men have a fucking standard that they want women to meet and they don't meet it, it's easily dismissible. But when a woman has a standard that they want men to meet, then they won't date other outside of that standard, then that's an issue, and I don't understand why. Period. If you want that woman, then you'll meet that standard, 100%.
Exactly. And how hard
do we have any successfully married? Rest of you?
I've been with my wife.
Go ahead.
I've been with my wife for 10 years. I've been with my wife for 10 years. Yes.
I only got 44 years, so I don't think I qualify.
And I was in a successful relationship. We didn't have marriage at the time, but it was about 8 years.
I was married and recently out of a relationship, but I have never had problems with women. I mean, that's just the easiest way that I can say it. And I can prove that. Huh?
I said, because you're a respectful son of a bitch. I was just joking. Keep going. Sorry.
Thank you. I mean, I am to women. Shit, hell yeah. And I compete for their attention, and I compete for their affection, and I try to give them what they want. I try to make. I mean, anybody who thinks that it's simping to, like, dude, what interest would she have in giving you what you want if you don't try to give her what she wants? Like, you'd have to be like fucking brain dead to think that there's some math in there that works. Like, let me treat you like shit and tell you that God told you to do this for me, and you're gonna do it for me, and be the baddest bitch I know, and cook for me, and never cheat on me, and all this stuff, while I sit in front of my computer entertaining fucking dumbass retards that don't even exist. Like, it's just like a scenario that can't exist.
So, Blind, you brought up a good point just now. What about the people who are enforced by religion for their wives to be submissive?
Well, they do that happily, from what I've
Interesting,
seen.
isn't it? Like, what do you do about that one?
Which one?
Well, that's on them.
Yeah, from what I've seen.
There are religions out there where the wife has to be submissive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If I was honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, and I'm gonna answer before Blind. If I was a woman and I was a part of a religion that told me I had to be submissive to a person just because they were born in this gender and I was born in that gender, I would not be a part of that religion. I would get the fuck out of there, and I would easily escape that shit. I'm not doing that shit.
A lot of
that is literally it's literally almost slavery at that point. I'm not doing that shit.
And that's the thing. We live in a day and age where women can do that. There is no religion that like holds you prisoner, like, physically. And from what I've seen, I've actually known a few women that have been in relationships that you would consider like that. They're pretty much happy, but I've never seen one of their husbands treat them like shit the way that these incels do, or like the ways that these incels claim that they would. Like,
Well, to to be fair, they don't have women that treat women like shit. But
Exactly. They don't have anything but their hand.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like, I just don't think it's fair for a woman to be treated that way just because she was born a woman. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And I would say the same about men.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
And like men go through a lot of shit too. And I think men get treated unfairly all the time. Like I've talked about this a couple of times, especially on like I don't really want to plug other channels, but like the men's mental health night. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I know Mel.
On Mel's. Yeah, I didn't really want to plug other channels, but yeah, I talked about it a couple times, and yeah, I think men get treated unfairly too. I think us as humans, we all get treated unfairly. We just need to all just fucking love each other. Stop calling each other names because we treat each other gracefully and good, and stop trying to control each other.
And people need to stop trying to attach themselves to every fucking person they come into contact with. With everybody that they meet, it's either I hate this person or I like this person's ideology so much I'm adopting it, and that's not necessary. Like, you can let people exist without having this like super fucking extreme point of view on what they're saying. Like, I don't know. That to me is a big part of it, is that people are extreme in their reaction to other people's opinions.
That's a closed mind.
That's what I've learned too. When you meet somebody who creates reaction instead of an opportunity. Resto. Freaking! Never mind. I just lost it, dude. I was going to ask you something about something you were just talking about how do you do it? How do you show examples of that?
Show examples of we can kind of walk it back a little bit if you want to.
Like you literally just said a minute ago, people need to do something to each other, communicate better. But I forgot what it was. But like, how do you treat people better? Can you give me 3 examples of how you treat people better?
3 examples of how I treat people better. I treat people how I would like to be treated. I don't judge people off rip, no matter what I've heard about them, no matter what they've even said to me. I still treat them how I want to be treated. Of course, sometimes I feed people with a long-handled spoon, but I still don't. I still try to protect myself over anybody, and I understand that we're all human, so we all need to protect each other, no matter if you're a male, female, old, young, baby, infant, elderly, adult. Does not fucking matter. We're all fucking human. Period.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I judge all the time. I'm honest enough to tell you what my judgments are.
Well,
if I don't like you, I'll tell you that shit. If I don't like you, I'll tell you that shit to your fucking face.
Even the Bible says it's okay to judge. A lot of people misunderstand the passage in John that says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." Not in John; it's in Mark. I believe
that was the most feminine cough I've ever heard.
Well, Brian, I want to fucking pump up a big ass loogie in my hand right now.
No, they're trying to make you feel. No, it was a nice cough.
No, don't throw your camera off.
That was a very manly cough, bro.
They're fucking with you.
What's that?
Was that an incel cough, Resto?
An incel cough.
That was a red pill cough, bro. Come on. What's that?
Tell me a break, bro. I haven't slept in like 16 hours.
Oh my god, bro! You sound like you was trying to get attention from somebody in an opera, bro. You the fuck was that, bro?
That was my inside cough.
Yo, somebody in chat said hot tour, spit on that thing. I'm dying, bro.
Oh,
welcome, Dom. By the way, feel free to jump in.
Yo, what's up, Domenico?
So knowing that, guys, hey guys, put aside for now. Put aside men and women. How do you know when either yourself or others have actually learned to develop their intellect and become emotionally mature? Because this is about oneself. You never live outside of that vessel, so let's not play that game. What you live with the eye of the beholder. To respect another person, you have to respect oneself. So again, this is about discernment, not about judgment. Agreeing and disagreeing is about judgment. Your likes and dislikes is about judgment. So when people say they don't judge, they're full of shit. They just don't know it yet. Now we're talking about discernment. When you're inwards, how do you respect yourself? How do you hear yourself? Once you understand that, then you might have a small little grasp when you hear another human being. I don't care what form they're in. They could be a child. They could even be a cat. At that point, now you're starting to learn to become aware. Outside of that, you're playing with all the indoctrination right now, Pats.
That's a good point.
No, there's many there, but they can actually branch out now at that point. So again,
Was
what
that
most people call a man is based on your physical appearance. Go ahead.
I think it's important to actually to make the point because a lot of people misunderstand that the Bible, the people think the Bible says not to judge. In John, the Bible says, "Judge ye not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment." That's the first passage. That's clear cut. That's it's clear cut. Now, in I believe it's Mark or Matthew, it says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged. For what good is your judgment if you are attempting to remove the speck from your brother's eye and you have a log in your eye?" Well, that's one statement. But in the next passage, it tells us to judge. It says, "You fool, or you hypocrite, it is better for you to remove the log from your own eye so that you can see better to remove the speck from your brother's." So it's not saying not to judge. It's actually saying to make sure that you don't judge from a place of ignorance, that you handle your speck or your log or your thing in your eye and then help somebody. So it's actually saying to help judge, but from a place of understanding and knowledge, not from ignorance.
Okay, so
I just wondered.
blind. Hold on. When you read that again, it's the eye. They're not talking about the eyes. That's the third eye they're talking about. This is not about a physical thing. The written work is a dumbed down version. The people that download that information understand you're not talking about your physical. You're not talking about the eye of the beholder. And even that, who is the eye of the beholder? The one that sees from within all the time. When you're in your conscious state, you're communicating with another state. That's why when people go to sleep, they're communicating with something else. This is why when people get taken up in the spirit, some of them actually choose to do it doing hemp. They do ayahuasca. Other people do through meditation. Other people do it through other ways. So now when you're reading that passage, they're talking about the unknown. You're trying to bring it down into the physical, the mortal form, morals.
It's a very clear-cut metaphor. It's an easily understandable metaphor that may have implications like you're talking about that are about the pineal gland and so forth. But it's actually a very easily understandable, clear-cut metaphor for the obvious too.
Maybe for me and you, understand this means now at that point, if you're using discernment, you're talking about the tree of life. You're not talking about the tree of knowledge. So understand, you have to understand yourself. The tree of life. The second tree? The tree of life, knowledge. That's the judgment tree. Where you're going to judge the material with the spiritual. Now, the understanding part is...
What is the tree of knowledge? I'm not sure what that is.
Spiritual material. Spiritual material, good and evil. You're living in the material realm and you're actually describing things. You don't see the word tree when you're describing the material. Again, this is indoctrination blind. You've been indoctrinated. You just don't see it. And I'm talking about the eyes. When you wake up, you're playing with that's why it's called conscious ignorance. When you wake up, you look at your senses, you think that's reality. So then explain where you see air. Where do you see thoughts? Where do you see the wind? Have you thought of those things before? That's where they come thoughts. Thoughts are things. When you speak afterthoughts, the spoken word, the written word, that's dumbed down. So when you're using the Bible, you're looking at a dumbed down version. Which version are you going to learn? Left to right, right to left, up or down, down and up. You're going to do it in Hebrew? You're going to do it in Greek? Or you're going to do it in Latin? Ponder it. Hold on. Ponder it. I just share some information. If you go inwards and you're listening inwards, and silence is golden. That information I shared with you should be able to actually play around with that program that's going on in your own self. The fact that you're quick to say something, that tells a lot about you, where you are in your awareness. Are you the physical? If you are, then who's running the body right now? When you go to sleep, who runs that body? Are you the thoughts? Where did you get the thoughts? You got programmed into you. Why aren't you speaking Sanskrit right now? Again, stop and think about it. That's too much for your brain. There you go. Shake the brain.
Maybe.
Well done. Well done.
Maybe I'm the only dumb one on panel, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well done.
I
So
literally-
at least you're
I
being
really kind of
honest.
get it.
Again, this is about being mature. This is Christ consciousness. When your intellect is so developed and you're mature, your emotions are developed. Most people, when they get triggered, they don't get triggered by something negative. They're getting triggered by their pleasures. Hey, Denson. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
Carry on.
It's Denny.
By their pleasures.
What up, Denizen? It's
Yeah.
been a
Oh,
while.
what's up, Denizen? I met you the other night, man. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Where
What's
you
up,
been,
Denny?
Denizen? I ain't seen you in a minute.
I've been around.
Oh, damn. I was about to say, you ain't talking to me? Damn. That's great.
no. I was clicking that stream to your audience.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's good, guys?
Yeah, no, we chilling. He was Domenico was saying a bunch of shit that like sounded good, but I have no idea what he was talking about. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that's Domenico. He's deep, man.
Yeah, he was like, "Who controls my body when I sleep?" And I'm like, "Motherfucker,
My
I
body
don't fucking know."
controls my body. It's all
Morpheus in the
me.
nether realm.
Again, it's
Shit, if somebody controls my body when I sleep, I hope they getting pussy.
It's subconscious. That's your subconscious. That's why when people go into hypnosis or you go into a state of, I'm trying to give you another state, probably when hypnosis is one. Another one is when you're in a coma. Again, be in the world, but not of it. Be in the vessel, but not of it. Hence the Buddhas with all the attachments. We have so many attachments. The word mint gives it away. Mint, mind, man, the image of man. That's why we call AI and mint. All the words that we have right now. How did I learn it? It's a program. Why am I not speaking all the other different languages? Because I got to learn those crafts. And
You
it's
call
craft.
acquisition of programming? That's just a normal thing that humans all over the world.
Would you say acquisition?
Yeah, like learning a language. He called like
Yeah.
just the fact that you've learned a language has programmed you in some way.
It is.
Yeah,
I'm
it's your
using it
man
as a-
programming.
Yeah.
And then all the things you in the world, all the shapes and colors and everything you relate to in the world that you describe, you do it through your language.
Yeah, I just wouldn't call it programming.
Who has the best program? Japan?
England, Shakespeare.
North Korea.
The reptilians.
Yeah, dead ass North Korea probably. Not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, but they're getting top heavy now. Like they're starting to self delete and not have babies anymore, just like the rest of us.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not really gonna speak on it. Mainly because I'm closer to the artillery than anybody else on this panel. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
I, for one, welcome our new technocratic overlords.
I don't really mind as long as my bank account still gets replenished every month.
So long as my face continues to open up the shelves at the grocery store.
No, but I really think that us as humans, we really need to treat other people as humans. I'm not saying that again. I'm gonna run it back a little bit. I'm gonna walk it back to women and men. I don't think that we are equal, but I think that we, as people, should not take these motherfuckers on the internet talking about women seriously, because none of these
compliment each
motherfuckers
other.
have women.
Yeah,
They
but
don't
maybe
understand how to run a
compliment
woman.
Each other.
I
In
freely
my
admit
opinion.
that.
Your opinion is valuable here, Resto. We don't know who hurt you.
Oh, who hurt me?
Yeah,
Well,
like this. We didn't bring this topic up. This is all you, brother. We all.
Hey,
agree.
this is
Show me on the
there's a
doll
girl
with
right
the
here
red
wants to
pill
go on
man
fucking
hurt
lot.
you.
I'm about to go get her number. I will talk to y'all guys here in a minute.
Hey,
I'm
yo,
legit.
yo,
But
go get
Blind's
whose
been a
number?
pleasure. It's been an honor.
No,
Hey,
I
yo,
agree
what
with
the
you
fuck?
100%, Resto. I agree. It's
Yeah,
like I
I
said, they're
agree
taking
too.
the opportunity to talk negative, point out negatives when they could have the opportunity to be in a relationship.
Yeah, I just don't like the way that they talk about like actually men in general. The way to be like, oh, you agree with other men? That's simp behavior.
Men
Or,
they do other men. They police and groom and try to socialize other
It's so
men. That gets
weird. It's so
irritating.
I
weird,
argue
bro.
we learned that from women, though. That's all toxic femininity, in my opinion.
Is it
Oh.
men just trying to grasp for little tiny pieces of power, branches of power?
I think it is.
I don't
like,
have any power in my job, so I see over here. I'm going to try to, more
Flex.
police or
Yep.
police this over here. So here's my little branch of power that makes me feel like I'm the king over here.
I think for most men, the ultimate status symbol is a woman.
Is what? Women?
Yeah.
Not a status symbol though.
I mean, yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, yeah, because like a woman is going to be your it's going to be a representation of yourself. Like, for example, my wife, she's a representation of me. No matter where she goes, she's Miss Resto. You know what I mean? Like, she's going to be seen as Miss Resto. So what she does, how she looks, how she acts is going to reflect on me. So that's why you have to pick your wives or the women in your life very carefully.
Well, the same thing too. When I guess a guy has his mother in his life, and he calls his mom and checks in with his mom and takes care of his mom, and his maybe he has a sister. So it's all aspects of women, really.
No, not really. My sister doesn't my sister doesn't represent anything in my life. My mother, I think that I represent my mother more than she represents me. I don't think that anybody else represents anything in my life besides my wife or my daughter.
I thought maybe the relationship, the symbol of the relationship between you and your sister, if you had one, better than having.
I do have a sister, but I don't think that she represents a relationship in my life. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Not unless there was no dad in the house. Then Resto would be the man of the house, and then his sister might be a reflection upon him.
Well, me and my sister have different dads. So she had a father. I didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Welcome, Jack.
If you're picking and choosing, and you're being very picky about the woman,
somebody's fading out.
Somebody's low. Somebody's low.
Oh, that's his mic. It faded.
He got one of them cheap mics.
Is that batteries? My mic costs over $100. Is this better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah,
Flex over here, dude.
You're just turned down. So if you're picking and choosing, you're being very careful about the woman you choose as your wife. Then aren't you avoiding a majority of women and the experience that most men have, the average man has with a majority of women?
I think that's the smart thing to do. Yeah, but you shouldn't.
Complain about that majority.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you shouldn't be mad. My main thing is like everybody complains about the horror, but everybody likes horrors. Let's just be real. That's where I'm coming from.
Maybe there's newer.
No, there's a lot of channels. There's a whole manosphere dedicated to that. He's right.
Well, that's the red pill.
To guys liking horrors.
Yeah, that's the red pill guy.
What is the reason not to like horrors? They do anything you want. You don't have to have any connection to them. You can just do whatever the fuck you want and get
that's
the
what I mean.
fuck
You
out
don't
of
have to
there.
pay for anything. Like the only thing to do is pay him to leave.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I got
you. Wait, I'm not talking about like that. No, I'm talking about like I'm not talking about like actual prostitutes to pay them. No, that's
well, come on, man.
That's what you said.
That's different, bro. That's different.
I mean, if your question is who has a problem with women who are promiscuous and will sleep with all your friends and strangers you don't know and then come lay in your bed.
Well, I don't care. She's not my girl. I don't care who she sleeps with. She's not my girl.
Oh, yeah, I don't care.
If she slept with me, that doesn't. If she slept with me and she's not my girlfriend, I don't give a fuck who she fucks.
No, guys care because they, when they're with them,
girl,
they don't care about what some other person's girl is doing. Nobody cares about that.
Okay, Dennison, if you had a female friend, if you had a female, right? You had sex with this female, and then she fucks me. Would you care?
I mean, not too much. I wouldn't let her back in my house after that.
Okay, so like, it's no issue.
It's an issue if, let's say, that happened after I transferred jobs to a new job so that I could get her a house, and I upgraded from a 1-bedroom to a 3-bedroom, and maybe I got her pregnant or I moved her already existing son in. When men start making investments in their lives, and they end up losing all that time, money, resource, love, and attention because a woman's willing to throw it away promiscuously. That's what men care about.
That sounds pretty specific, bro. Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty bad. Yeah, I'd feel bad about that, but I would feel like if you made that decision, then you just picked the wrong female at that point. And yeah, I'm sorry if that actually happened, but no.
I'd argue that a majority of women in America are the wrong female.
Well, I'm sorry for y'all that are picking women in America if that's true. I saw somebody in chat. What the fuck chat did I just see that I wanted to address?
Hey, Lele, do you want to come up and give the woman's point of view, or a woman's?
That would be based.
Is that Lele?
That's my own bias.
That's my Lele.
Oh, that's not my Lele. That's your Lele.
Yeah.
Wait, is that my Lele?
I don't think so. No.
Oh.
Okay.
I think when my Lele and your Lele met in your chat, it was like two Leles at the same time.
Weird. Yeah, it's probably weird. Yeah. That's happened to me a bunch of times, actually. Like people with the same name, like this Daisy May. I actually have a Daisy May, and I was like, "Is that Daisy?"
Oh, I thought that was Daisy May because I know another Daisy May. I assumed it was the same person.
No, wait. Is that my Daisy? Daisy in chat. Are you my Daisy May? I'm not sure. I don't think this is my Daisy May.
Oh, wow. All these daisies, leles.
Daisies.
You can come up if you want, maniac.
Yeah, everybody come up. Fuck it.
Oh, I gotta pin the. I haven't put the link yet.
What was the fucking chat?
I'm putting the link now.
Oh, okay. She's in yours.
Your situation doesn't. No, that's not what I wanted to. Oh, how about open marriages? If people have communication and they actually, feel like they can handle that situation, then okay, that's their situation. Whether it's open on one side or open on both sides. That
have
just
you ever
depends
seen
on
that
their
work,
communication. Though? Yes, actually, yeah. I have a friend, and I'm not going to say that friend's name because I don't want to put their business out there, but they have an open relationship. And they are married.
Both sides?
They have been, on both sides. And they have been married for about 8 years now. And it's been open for about 6 years. I don't really see a problem with it as long as people have communication, as long as there's rules.
Lib was part of the polycule. He's
Can we play
one
out
of
a
our
hypothetical?
co-hosts.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Philip?
Can we play out a hypothetical on that one?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it's open relationship, and you get somebody pregnant.
You talk about me or okay? Are we putting
it's
me?
hypothetical, bro? So it's not you.
No, I'm just saying, like, if it's me or like, am I
Just go with
observing?
it.
Okay.
We'll figure
First,
it out.
you have the original relationship,
Yeah.
and then you guys go open, and the man gets the new person bringing into the open relationship pregnant.
Yep.
What are the steps there? Can you help me figure that one out? What would you do in that hypothetical?
So what would I do personally?
What should someone do in that hypothetical?
So first of all, that person already broke the rules. The rules would obviously be, I would assume that don't get anybody pregnant, or if that does get pregnant, this is what we're gonna do, and this is why communication is so important. You have to communicate with people. So I'm pretty sure that person would probably have rules set in stone to say, worst case fucking scenario, if this happens, this is what we're gonna do. I'm not sure what they would do because I don't have an open relationship. I'm not. That's just not my cup of tea. So I'm not down with that. Sorry, but I feel like if that person got that person pregnant and then that woman wanted to keep that baby, of course, then you should that person should obviously take steps to take care of that child, but it shouldn't affect the relationship. And then that woman, the wife, the original wife, or not the lover, the wife, should take heed and allow that man to at least see his child, take care of his child, be in that child's life or whatever. She still takes the role as the wife. She doesn't have anything to do with that relationship that they have. You chose to have an open relationship. You understood the risk when you first signed up for this shit. You agreed to these rules. It doesn't matter what happened after that. You have nothing to do with that. And then that person that is pregnant and had that baby, I would hope was aware of the situation. So yeah, they shouldn't be pretty mad about that. I mean, if that's wrong, then somebody please correct me.
No, thanks for entertaining the hypothetical. It's just an interesting idea that it opens a can of worms. It just keeps on. It
I mean,
just seems
I don't
like
think
it's
it
going
does.
farther, farther, and farther.
I think
farther.
everything can be fixed with communication. I really do. Like if I was if I was in an open relationship and I was like, okay, we're in an open relationship. I have a baby. Boom. We've probably already talked about this before. Again, just like the hypothetical, we're going to take steps. I should be able to see the child. I should be able to take care of the child monetarily, physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever the fuck. Has nothing to do with my wife, my actual wife. I shouldn't be held accountable for pretty much anything that happens between then. It should just be regular life because you knew what you were signing up for when you signed up for that lifestyle. Sorry about that. That's what you signed up for. Just like when you sign up for a marriage, you sign up to fuck one person for the rest of your life, right?
For good and for bad. Yep.
No, I heard about that.
Mostly
There was
good.
this one guy saying that he actually had that conversation with his wife about divorce and what her opinion was. And if she said it was okay, then he wasn't going to get married because what's the whole point of getting married with somebody who thinks divorce is okay?
I was talking to somebody recently that was their first thought when they was thinking about getting married. They was automatically jumping to the divorce scenario. And I told
I
them,
did.
I
I
said,
did that too.
then you're barking
did
up
that.
the wrong tree.
I don't care.
Really?
I did that too.
If you're worried about divorce,
Yep.
right off the bat, then you're
Yep.
on unsecure footing.
And I'm gonna ask you this question, Chuck.
Yo.
Do you drive?
Yeah.
Do you have insurance?
Yep.
Why do you have insurance?
Because I'm supposed to follow the rules.
Just in case you get into a car crash?
Yep.
Nah, nobody has insurance for that anymore.
But you think that you're a good driver and you don't think that you're going to get into a car crash, right?
I don't think. I've been in a couple.
He almost did the other day, right before the stream.
Yeah. My point is, and I'm glad that you made it, Jeff. My point is, no one thinks that they're going to get divorced. But a prenuptial agreement is a great way to have insurance just in case. Just in case. It's not saying I think that I'm going to divorce you. It's not saying that I think that this is going to be a bad marriage. It's just in case. The same reason we have health insurance. The same reason we have car insurance.
I've heard that there's a debate that the prenups are actually not really secure.
That's false. That's false. They're very secure, especially if you get them done through a lawyer, especially if you get them done the same period that you are actually getting married in, and both of y'all are present during the signing of it. It's very solid. I told my wife the same thing. I said, I will marry you as long as we have a prenup. And when I married my wife, she had way more money than me.
Well,
it was
I can understand that.
It was only because I'm like, look, I want to make sure that we both get, if this happens, if by God, because I don't know what the fuck happens. No one here can tell the future. If this ends up bad, then we can just both leave with what we came with.
I would not.
And I don't think
insurance.
I don't think that you're going to jail, nigga. I don't think anything's wrong with it.
To me, that would be a red flag. If I brought
it
the
weren't
idea
state
of
mandated,
a prenup, yeah, and they denied it, I think that'd be red flag.
Anything can be challenged, including a prenup. And if the state didn't mandate insurance, I would not spend the money. I would just pay for things as they arose,
as you crash.
And I would have savings and be my own form of insurance. I don't need the state telling me what to do and reaching into my pocket.
I understand that, but it's a step. I'm saying it's a step. So like, if you hello, Lily.
My prenuptial, my just in case, is to not get married.
Yeah, but if you do get a divorce, yeah, it's an extra step. Like when you take that to the courts, hey, we had this prenuptial agreement, blah blah blah. It's better than having nothing. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
See that
sort of.
If each person has something, but if you're starting off fresh from nothing, especially when you're young and you do it, you got nothing to lose. So the isn't required.
Marriage insurance. I like it. So you guys pay into it, right? And when you get divorced, there's money for the divorce.
There you
Pays
go.
for the divorce and
Alimony
everything.
for both
If you
parties.
don't get a divorce, you get retirement.
I like
Nice.
that
There you
idea.
go.
I
That's
also
pretty
think
good.
that, yeah, I like that idea. I also think that before people get married, they should take at least 3 months of marriage counseling, something that will get them more prepared for being married. Because nobody tells you how to be married. Nobody tells you how to be in a relationship. Nobody tells you
I
that
don't
she's
think
gonna
they
have
can.
56. Yeah, but they're not gonna warn you that she has like 56 bottles of fucking shampoo and that her hair is gonna be everywhere. No one tells you dumb shit like that. You know,
Maybe there's
it's
YouTube
just,
videos now that will put that out.
well,
I
it's just
mean-
little. It's just little shit. It's just little shit that no one can prepare you for. And I think that people that actually are married and people that actually see the situation should be able to, tell young people, because like it takes a village. People should be able to share this information. And before you get married, I think that you should be able to, well, not be able, but you should. I'm sorry, it's super late for me. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm super sleepy. You should have to go through these classes. Sorry if I'm rambling and ranting.
No, I
What's
don't
the
necessarily
rush, brother?
disagree. Other than the mandated part, I think it's all
What's the
good to
rush?
have.
Men don't get married. That's my advice. Quit it.
It's no
knock
reason.
it off.
It's honestly no.
I'm looking for a trad husband, so come marry me. I'm up for grabs.
Well, it's honestly no reason to get married as a man. I agree with that from the red pill side. It besides tax purposes, and unless you got money, like it doesn't really matter, because a lot of people don't know how to do taxes, which is fucking ridiculous. I think everybody should learn how to do fucking taxes because make you a lot of money on the back end. Just let y'all know. I think that it's basically for women. So they have the ceremony, they dream about it all their life. This is what they want to do. This is how they feel. They want to feel like a princess. It's their day. They have all their friends there. They see them in the most beautiful dress, all this shit. It's for the woman. And that is nothing wrong with that. I appreciate that. And even as an agnostic, I had 2 Christian weddings because my wife is Christian.
That time is come and gone.
You think?
What do you?
Yeah,
do you mean?
yeah. Drizzle, ladies. They
Oh,
need to let go of all that fairy tale Disney bullshit. That's
They just had I saw someone in India. They were billionaires. They said they spent more money on this wedding. It was a ridiculous amount. How many millions they spent?
yeah.
on this
Weddings are retarded. We should
I
stop
was
doing
gonna
that.
say that the wedding it's like if you, the trade off in a way is you give me this bullshit fairy tale Disney ass wedding that I had seen on TV, and I'll do everything you want me to do. That's the deal. But the girls don't keep the deal, do they?
Thank you. They don't. I think my wedding was, well, my second one. My first one was just like a little bit bullshit because it was in America. My second wedding in Korea, which was with the same person. I've never been divorced. It was the same person. It's just like we have separate families in separate countries. 2 weddings. Sorry. My second wedding, I think, was about $23,000. We spent a lot of money on this fucking wedding. Yeah. And to me, it wasn't worth it. But to her, it was everything she ever wanted. And that made me happy.
Sure, I would
Made
just.
me happy.
It would make me happier if they stopped wanting it. Sorry, Philip. Go ahead.
No, so
spent
that's
about
congratulations.
$2
It takes a
grand.
lot of man to do to make up $23,000 for a wedding for somebody else. That's a lot. That's congratulations, dude.
Somebody else is crazy, like I wasn't there. Yeah, I think it was 23 or some shit. I don't even want to think about it, honestly. But
He moves all the money, like for the cake and everything, over into the honeymoon column to justify it in his mind. The band, everything, just honeymoon.
no, marriage is not complete without offspring. That's fucking false. See, this is the thing that I don't like about this Christian red pill shit is that they're always like, "Oh, what about the offspring? What about the children? What about women that can't have children? What
They
about
did that with the
men that
gays
can't have
back in my
children?"
day.
Yeah, and exactly like that. And
There's a-
actually, Jeff, I was on a panel earlier, and I was arguing with somebody about like homosexuality, right? Like they were like, "Well, it's just not natural because 2 men can't make a baby. It just doesn't make sense." And I'm like, okay, well, I was like, what about a woman and or a man who are infertile and can't make a person? Since you're saying that the reason for a marriage and a relationship is for children, What about those people? Are they just so sinful in the eyes of God? And they were like, no, well, it's just because of the gender. I'm like, now you're just mad because of the gender. And then we also went into how people feel, uncomfortable around gay people, which really doesn't make any sense because
I don't think they do anymore.
I don't think they do anymore. It's just like certain people, but it's just like they're like, well, what if they try to turn me gay? Can you be persuaded? Can you be persuaded, my guy?
Yeah, now they sell it.
Rizzo, if I can entertain entertain something, because I just gave you something. When you got married, did you get married with state and religion?
Yes, I did.
You got married with indoctrination. When I say that this is how royalty understand, we're going to merge our kingdom with an offspring.
Right.
Now, what you're following is something totally humorous: state and religion.
It's a business deal.
That's what people call exactly. But when you have a marriage, when two animals get together and they have an offspring, there's that's how you unite. Now, whether I agree with it or not, but the other one is actually far more funnier. So next time when you have that conversation, say, "Well, I'm talking from state and religion, so I'm being governed even more now." So
well, even the state.
I really don't care about being governed. I really don't care because they give me a lot of money. And at the same time, I feel like marriage is government. It's not religious anymore. It's a business deal. Like I said before, I've signed a lot of business contracts, and the only difference between a business contract and a marriage contract is the word God. And I don't believe in God, so that shit don't mean shit to me. So it's the same contract.
Okay, so is there an outcome from that unity? Do you have an offspring? Is that more cattle for the system?
Yes, and I don't give a fuck.
Okay, well, you're saying you don't give a fuck. So at that point, you're debating from a point of either a psychopath or sociopath, unless you actually do care.
Or you just have different values. You both have different values.
It's not about values.
We do have different values. I just don't care.
I'm giving different possibilities. I'm not actually weighing in how I feel about this.
Because there's no proof from your side. Like you're just saying, you're just saying like you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff that like ideals about what? Okay. Entertain me for a minute. Entertain me for a minute. Ideals about what? Because I had a child and she has a social security number. What does that mean to you? Does that mean that she's a part of the system? The system that keeps this whole world going? That's crazy.
It could be. You can perceive it as crazy. I'm with you, Rizzo. You can perceive it that way. There's many different teachings out there, and I'm just trying to actually just observe them for what they are. I'm not trying to weigh in, and that's hence judgment. The guy that votes is going to take a position. The guy that says, I'm not going to vote, but I'm going to actually observe all the system is the one that wants to choose wisdom, discernment. So
and that's still a position, too.
Yes, it is. I won't deny that. It is still a position, but it's from discernment opposed to
the correct
one. It's a valid one. I think not voting is a valid use of your vote.
Using as an example.
True. Based.
Like a valid expression of your vote is your voice. It's a valid use of your voice.
Unless you understand the system. If you don't understand you, then you're casting it out of ignorance.
And it happens all the time, especially.
Sure it does. Very much so. That's what I'm saying about even marriage. Most people are in a marriage. They don't understand, unless they understand how the court system works, commerce. And then when you go there, so what do you have a value that we can equate it to fiat currency? So then we become cattle. I don't care if you're a master or a slave, it becomes cattle.
Doesn't matter. Everything that you do becomes cattle. You still do the same things that everybody else done on this planet for centuries. Hunt, catch, kill, eat. You go to Walmart, you hunt the food. You walk down the aisles, you look for the food, you catch it, you pick it up, you put it in your fucking basket. You kill it, basically buying it, and then you eat it afterwards, right? We all do the same things. I don't understand. Yeah, it's hunt, catch, kill, eat. This shit never changes. I don't understand why people want to change it. And also, even if you do have the truth in your mind, Domenico, even if you do have the truth and you understand it, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Do something. What are you gonna do? You can't fight them. You can't win. They already won, Domenico. So what are you gonna do?
Rizzo, I'm the kind of person that entertains ideas. You're not gonna hear truth come out of my mouth.
Is this from Greece? The girl.
Rizzo
I apologize. Okay, well, Rizzo, RC, whatever word you want to do. Again, I'm just entertaining ideas.
But not Rista.
Okay, well, again, you're using an alias name. If you actually had the name that you came into this realm with, I gladly would share that. But I'm going to entertain the name that you choose to go with. So I'm not really insulting you. Again, this is a clever game that most people play. So again, if you're going to make humorous, your laugh gives you away. But again, I'm just entertaining ideals. Now, if I have the truth, that's for me to figure out for myself. But is it in this realm? I still play under the premise. Most people think that they're the physical. And if you think you're the physical, then no birth certificate works on you. You could play the idea that you need to eat food. You fast long enough, you'll figure it out in a short period of time. Fuck, that's your own drug. But again, most people are going to come here and you're going to be indoctrinated from the day you're fucking born.
I'm pretty sure we need food.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, I just
nowhere near as much food as we think we do, though.
Right,
That's true.
That is true. That is true. You don't need as much food. Yeah.
Okay.
Nowhere near as much food as we think we do.
I'm not gonna ignore my
like
physical.
males probably should only eat every 2 or 3 days. Honestly,
That's true.
So wait. Let me give you this, Domenico.
2 to 3 days.
If we should
try it, brother,
actually,
try it.
Actually, you can live. What is it without food? 7 days.
30
Oh, you can live way longer than 7 days. I fasted for nearly a month before and didn't even feel it.
Well done.
After fasting for 3 weeks, I voluntarily broke fast, and it was harder to eat than it was to continue the fast. I would just say that after 3 days, your body starts to turn inward for nutrition, so that's why you really shouldn't push it farther than a couple of days.
Jack, Philip, there is value to it. Again, after 21 days, certain things happens to your vessel. Now, most people, like a lot of us, maybe without 3 days. Most of us can go maybe a couple of minutes without air. So air fuels us too. So now when you fast long enough, you'll understand the reset. And it depends when you fast. It's like when people do parasite cleanse. You got to know where the moon and sun is. Most people forgot that information. By the way, well done, Denison.
Oh, thank you, sir.
No, yeah, I'm not a glutton. I don't max out what I can eat in a day. So
I just eat what the fuck I want to eat, man, and then just get on YouTube. Like I don't.
Thank you.
Well done. Drink coffee. I'm not just eat as much donuts. Well done.
I'm not this like spiritual ass person, bro. Like I'm just chilling. And it's just wild to me that like some of these subjects that people talk about, like y'all motherfuckers wild.
Yeah. Okay. RC, if I start talking about what it actually takes to be a trillionaire, would that not be wild to you?
A trillionaire?
I thought we didn't have any trillionaires yet.
No, but
even a billionaire, Domenico, really.
Yeah. Would you be captured and say, "Oh, I want to understand it," or would you just be thinking about what you can do with it and understand how the system works, how fiat currency works, how energy works, how they actually make sure they do certain transactions at different times of the year? Would you want to learn that? Probably not. So you're living in your own glass bubble.
I'm pretty sure I know more about money. I'm pretty sure I know a lot about money. So
maybe
I have no interest in it. It's not in my
probably do know a
tunnel.
lot.
I don't care about money, but like that shit makes my life great. So we're just gonna let that ride on that.
I want to die alone on my tomato farm in peace, without the government up my ass. And there's a certain amount of money I need in order to achieve that, and I know just enough about money in order to do that. So
I just think Denizen. I'm just a guy. I just don't fucking care. Like they can do what they want. I can't fucking fight them. How am I gonna fight the fucking government? I can't. If they have all these things set up, they have these secret societies where they're just watching us and doing all this shit. We can't fight them. Just let them be. Just take your fucking. Just take your yearly tax return. Shut the fuck up, and just live your life.
Yeah,
stop complaining on YouTube. Like
that's the secret to the government, though, is to stop fighting it.
Exactly, it's less stressful than just complaining about it because you're not getting anywhere.
KRC,
like a lot of people are going to tell me that I'm wrong.
Yeah, but who was here complaining about that? When did I complain? I don't complain about the government.
And not only do they complain,
you're an owl, Resto?
And not all of them is they judge other people for not thinking, so they get judgy with it too.
No, I want to have clarity.
I'm very capable of understanding what you're saying. I just don't give a fuck. Yes, I don't care.
Rizzo, but you have to see, I get this is where we become rationally selfish. There's other people here, it's being recorded. I'm sharing information.
He just called you a sociopath again.
No.
I mean, he's right to an extent. I agree with Resto. I'm like Resto, but I know I'm a selfish psychopath and that I was made this way by the programming.
Well done. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being a psychopath, sociopath. You know, it just means person's underdeveloped emotionally. We all are to a certain point. You know, now if you're rationally about it, I mean, you're going to consider other people to understand the system. For the people that want to understand it, that's great. For the people that say, I just don't give a shit and I'm going to still take advantage of it, as long as you're okay with it, you don't have to defend it or attack it.
Most Americans are okay with it.
Well, anybody in the world doesn't really matter. America isn't one country. I get most people are playing nationalists, but other people are still playing globalists, which is fine. It's a system. That's all it is. But to learn it a little bit, some people like to understand that stuff, and some people like to share it. No different. Some people like to talk about sex without talking about chakras, and that's fine too.
I agree. I'm fine with it as a topic.
Wait, what is?
Well, I would like to know the difference. I would like to know the difference between nationalists and globalists. Anyone?
I can't explain that because I'm actually stupid.
I can drop a link, but
narrative.
There's the idea that, and probably at some point in history we will, but I don't think it's anywhere close to our time. At some point, we're going to evolve beyond the idea of a nation and come to some other larger unit that encompasses the whole planet. So there's people and organizations in place kind of looking in that direction, try to prepare for it. And there's the conspiracy theory that there's a group that's already coordinating to make it happen and impose their vision of the future on everybody else. So sometimes when you hear globalists, it's that version of it. But there are people that adopt the philosophy that it's good to start coming together beyond nations and transcend nations and cooperate as a planetary.
Okay,
unit.
so you talking about the one world government?
Yeah. So there's some where it's just a legitimate philosophy or worldview or belief system, like looking far into the future. And some of them, it's like a conspiracy version of. Like
I'm on the conspiracy side. Yeah, I'm on the
globalism is based on nationalism. There's very little difference between the two.
It's the next stage beyond it.
The globalist agenda just has to do with creating an equal level playing field instead of a rising tide type of approach towards progressivism. I'd say that's
so. What about the international thing? What about international? International, ain't that global? Is global and international the same thing?
Yeah, they're already controlling all the nations of the world, though. All the major ones, anyway.
I just want to say we shouldn't have an equal playing field. Period. 100%. We should not.
I don't think we should either.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know
have
about
an equal chance.
No.
I don't see us having states, places as small as states, had to fight about coming together. So, and then we had those world wars. So yeah, I don't see it, but okay.
Globalism is inevitable. You can't stop it.
Yeah, you can't stop it. I was just gonna say what I was saying. Like, I don't think that any, I would say, group of humans should be labeled as equal. It just doesn't make sense to me. If I worked my ass off to get where I am, and I have a daughter, which I do, I don't think that she should be equal to your daughter who is living off EBT. Period. I don't think that should not happen.
Equal by what metric? It depends on what context for equal you're using.
Status.
It could be equality under the law, which is one thing, and it could be what you're saying.
Quality of life and distribution of resources is what
I
the
don't think any
globalists
of
want.
that's equal. I mean, it's obvious. You could look at any part of the world and see that's not equal anywhere.
Well, they push
So-
the globalists
so
push for
I gotta
It's
equality.
an ideology. It's a belief system that
The
they
government,
want to be
the
true.
globalists
I
push
have a
for
question.
equality through economic systems and through migration systems.
Yes.
And that's
It's an
fucking
aesthetic
ridiculous.
preference, a
That's fucking
fundamentalism.
ridiculous because people like me work their fucking asses off, and now if they would have their worldview, everybody would just be fucking equal, and everybody would just have everything. No, it doesn't make sense to me.
I think they're
I'm
a French
sorry.
minority. I don't think they're going to get their thing way.
Well, no, they aren't, especially in my lifetime. I really don't care. I got about 40 more years left on this earth. I really don't give a fuck what y'all do. Have fun with global warming.
They might be getting their way right now, actually.
Have fun with global warming.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck what y'all do.
It depends if the American economy resets, if the business cycle restarts as it usually does, or if we keep going and pumping into the system we currently have.
What? When do we look for that? There's certain periods in the year that we can notice that.
I wouldn't say traditionally it's periods. I would say it's you want to look to the Federal Reserve first. So when interest rates start getting lowered, that's when you know the trend is reversing.
Oh,
If
you faded out that last sentence.
Oh, he does that sometimes.
That's when you know the trend is reversing. Is when interest rates start getting lowered.
And then that's resetting that's starting the new business cycle.
Right. That prices will start to collapse. And then investment money comes in to scoop up the real assets, and then we start the charade all over again.
Yes.
And if that doesn't happen, then you're saying that's an anomaly.
Yeah, if that doesn't happen, I think that'd be a pretty good sign that this loop we're in. I think you'll see the actual results of that too, which is prices in third world countries will stay low. It will invite investment and economic migration to those areas. Prices will stay high in so-called first world countries. So you'll see the cultures of those countries start to change to the cultures of the third world, where we start staying home and not venturing out and getting married so early, etc. And there's more people to a household. The prices of labor stay stagnant and don't rise with the cost of living. So you need more people per household employed, and you'll see the physical migration of people as well. So you'll see places like Syria where it's desolate. Those people will have completely integrated into Europe and North America. And, voila, you'll end up having a more quote unquote equal system, because the first world will have been lowered to second world status and the third world would have been raised to second world status.
Dennison is completely correct.
Oh my God, we're all going to turn into Canada.
No, please
and
don't.
you'll like it. It's what they'll say.
I like my flag. I like my flag.
It's the reason why it's a false flag. So, Jeff, if I can share for a second.
No.
Globalists has been going on for at least decades. My apologies, decades. You're the frog in the water. So when you have corporations that can intertravel throughout nations, that's called globalism. When America...
Oh, well, then you're just using the definition differently. Then.
Yes. When you have...
Yeah, I agree corporations can transact business across the...
That's what it is. World Banks, United Nations, they have no boundaries.
Doesn't sound scary, though. Not that kind.
Okay.
But then you have...
How about you get into those businesses?
Like McDonald's, Starbucks, Costco, Walmart.
That's been around forever.
No, I know, but what I'm saying to say is that's the globalist. That's what they're doing. They're traveling in and out. Nationalism, when you think, okay, everything's within my own country. I have my own religion, my own state. No, it doesn't work that way. Most
you have a shared identity or story, or so. It doesn't necessarily have to be a religion, but there's something that holds you together as a political unit within those borders.
Okay, America bases on the fact that the rest of the world has to trade internationally with fiat currency. When they valued their currency in 2005 at 9 cents to the dollar, it was done. So what they've done is they just relocated all the fiat currency from Russia ruble and the yen to finance America for the last 15 or 20 years. This is why they did the 2000 bailout. So when a currency's being devalued, in this case, the Russian ruble and also the yen, now you can actually put a gold standard on them. They've been given the distraction. They're fighting Russia over Ukraine, but that land actually is being ruled by the Vatican. The Vatican took that over when they toppled the Tsar's family. Again, this is why they do things like NAFTA. They do all these different traits.
I hope I don't get a YouTube warning of this.
No, you won't. You won't, because this is behind. This is a lot of the stuff that the elites play with. They don't play with money. That's for us, as they would call us, the Walking Dead or fucking useless mouth feeders. Again, that
it works for me, so I'm okay.
It works. It works very fine. But y'all be mad at motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about y'all. That's the funny thing about it.
Who's that?
They don't care.
RC, who's that? Is that all in your head? You think everybody doesn't give a shit about what you have to think, or vice versa?
No, I'm just saying, like, you're mad at the Vatican. I'm just saying you're mad at the Vatican. You're mad. Yeah, you're mad at. Yeah, you're mad at Ukraine. You're mad at all these people. They don't give a fuck about you. You think they care about this conversation? They don't give a fuck.
I'm introducing ideals. I'm not saying I care about that stuff. I'm just
changing what?
Change what? Change is constant. The wind's going to change right now. You're living in a little glass bubble, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, and I'm going to be happy. I'm going to die here, and then nothing's going to matter.
That's right. But so then why do you have to speak out loud to what? Are you scared of doing this by yourself? Are you trying to get people to cult up with you?
No,
My experience
you are.
is that if you describe the
what?
world to people, they are far more upset about it than the
Sure they
people
are.
doing the describing. And they call it complaining because it's a way to gaslight you about pointing out the obvious.
True,
Shut up,
Dennison.
Dennison. Fuck you, Dennison.
Are you a club member, Rizzo? Like, are you a 5%? Are you a Mason? What club member are you? Like, honestly, I hear what you're saying. It's quite
I'm
clear
in the
you don't
Resto
give a
Club.
okay, you don't give a shit. At that point, get some
I ain't
gorilla
gonna
duck
lie, I kind of want to be in that club.
Oh, we all should be. I get it. We all,
Facts.
I'm just sharing out loud. What people do with it, that's on them.
Sure.
You
Just
you
need
think
to
that I own
relax,
this?
man. Get a massage. Get a massage, bro. Like, damn, bro.
Again, nice projection, Rizzo. Again, Rizzo, the next time you go to the hardware shop, get some Gorilla Tape. Put it over your mouth.
Well, I'm just waiting on 6 a.m. right now so I can fuck my wife, but
Well done.
we can keep
Well
having
done.
this conversation
Well
for
done.
about 30
Did she
more minutes.
sleep through all of this, or are you in another room?
Oh yeah,
teasing, honestly.
I'm upstairs in my office. It's 5:33. Wait, is it 5:33? 5:29. Sorry, my clock is a little
Is
fast.
that when she wakes up and makes you breakfast?
Actually, no, I make my own breakfast
Okay.
because she is not my slave. If she wants to, then yeah, that's fine. Oh shit, what's up, Leopard Print? It's
Hey,
my manager. I gotta shut the fuck up now. My manager.
wait, this is your manager? Oh, he's been hanging out here
sorry.
lately.
Sorry, I gotta be quiet now. Sorry.
Your handler. Well, you've done a good job with him, Leopard, so far.
Sex schedule is a kink.
Sex schedule. Yeah, no, sex schedule is facts, bro. You gotta have that shit.
Interesting. I'm taking notes on this.
Got to.
That sounds boring. I would lose interest if it.
That's
became
what
that
I would think
routine.
too, but I don't know. I'm
I don't
seeing
know,
it in
bro.
a whole new light now.
But I'm not
Hey,
a busy
try it out.
baller either.
Hey, I gotta know. Oh, never mind. I forgot what channel I was on. Let me chill out. I was dead ass in the StreamYard looking to run the Mail After Dark fucking thing.
What is
Like a
that?
dumbass.
It's a pretty good intro.
Resto's
Thank
tired.
you,
He
thank
thinks else.
I am
He's
very
else-
tired, bro. Like it's
he's else
5 o'clock in the
right now.
fucking
Is it
morning.
sleep
I've been up
delirium?
all day. Yeah, I've been up all fucking day.
What's the Mail After Dark thing?
It's just when she just talks about sex.
Oh,
It's just a way for me to know the timestamps, so that way, sponsorships and timestamps, I can pick it out very easily.
Well,
Yeah,
Jeff,
I'm
thank
pretty
you
good
for
manager.
entertaining my questions. Everybody here, I appreciate you hanging out and talking to me. I'm gonna head out and get some lunch. Thank you.
Philip. Excellent.
Yo,
Thanks.
go tell her
Have
to
a
make
good
you a
rest of your-
sandwich,
rest of your
Philip.
day.
Yeah, that works. Peace.
Peace.
Thanks.
I hope I
Moose.
didn't fuck up your stream, Jeff.
No, or hell no. You drop by anytime. I love these conversations.
Yeah, me too.
So.
I like Dennison too. He just been avoiding me. I don't know why.
He does
Negative.
grow on you. He's.
I saw you were up here and ran up here. I was like, wait, kisses for Baphomet and Resto? And Chuck?
Yeah, Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck's been chilling. Chuck's been kind of on my side. He been throwing me little ad libs. I ain't gonna lie.
And we got to hear from Dom too. I always appreciate other perspectives.
Yeah.
And Dom, you're right. Like you can put it out there. What people do with it is up to them. But at least you got it out there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, my stance on it is like, yeah, the world is huge, and I know this because I've traveled the world. I just
Did
don't
you go
feel
to
like I
Antarctica?
can. No, not yet.
You haven't traveled the world, according to Margot.
Oh, fuck them. I'm just saying. I don't know, Margot. I'm chilling. Don't tell her I said that. I don't know that person. I'm sorry. Wait, is that like flow states, Margot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Calcott, Margot.
Well, all I'm saying is like, there's nothing you can do about it. Just enjoy your fucking life. Live how you want to live.
Locus of control.
Everything will be fine. You can't do anything about it. If these people have been in power for as long as you think that these people have been in power, there's nothing a YouTube fucking stream can do about it. Just chill the fuck out.
Yeah. You can control your own immediate experience, so you should be able to.
Yeah, and you should. You should.
know
Just
the map
control
of
your
the
life.
minefield, though.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
pointing out where the mines are, I think, is
Yeah.
constructive. I came to the same conclusion you did when I was in my 20s.
Control your life. Just
You
control.
know,
Like,
I would have considered myself an activist up until that point.
like me, for example, I know for a fact money isn't real. I know money isn't real. I know how fiat works. I know this shit like the back of my fucking hand. Am I going to
It's
use
a-
this to my advantage? Hell yeah. Am I going
Right.
to use taxes to my advantage? Hell yeah. Am I going to sit
Right.
here and complain about it? Fuck you. No, I'm not going to do that shit, man. Just chill out, man. Let's just have fun. That's all I'm thinking. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah. Well, that's
Some
my
people
vibe.
don't like their lot in life, though. So if you know,
Yeah,
they're
Well,
looking,
go ahead.
get good.
if they're looking for information and ways to get out of that rat race, I feel good sharing ideas with people who are suffering.
Get out of what rat
Me too.
race?
Me too. And that's the
employment.
thing,
I'm trying to get into it.
Dennison, that's the thing. I try to give people game all the time. No one wants to listen.
True.
Oh,
That's
like,
true. I
no one wants to
offer
listen.
like the type of education that would probably cost 6 figures for free. If you want one-on-one access to me, I charge $5 a month. The amount of people who come in for the free advice is almost every single person I talk to. The amount of people who actually take it, I think I have maybe 1 or 2 people right now who actually listen to the information I have to provide.
Where's this $5 tier? I didn't know about that.
It's my trading group. It's just
like that
I
kind
give
of
that information away for free, but if you pay the $5, you get like access to that part of my Discord. You can see news feeds, all my trades. I stream them. I post them live if I'm not streaming them.
Live trades.
Yeah, like as I buy the trades, I put the exact trades. I share them with the group. So if you were to ask me, hey, Denizen, what did you buy today? I would tell you right now on the stream for free. But if you pay $5, it comes up in Discord without you having to contact me.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, and the thing is, like, people don't want to hear that. And I think I was talking to Jeff earlier about this. I'm like, people don't want to hear the plan. It's like, hey, how can I if somebody comes up to me like, how can I make money? And I'm like, okay, well, this plan is gonna take about 2 years for you to be able to live financially stable. And they're like, well, I don't know.
I wanted 2 days. I was thinking on 2 weeks. I needed to buy a suit.
I did kind of think that.
He's like, I want my Netflix. I want to go to Subway and Starbucks. You know, this
Subway.
Bro. You don't like. It's just like, bro, like you're wasting more money than you're making, and it's fucking retarded. Like it's fucking dumb. And that's coming from me.
That's like these people to say they need to abolish debt. Well, if you didn't put yourself in debt, you wouldn't have debt. It's not that hard.
I've built an account with $10 dirty. The more money you have, the less risk you have to take.
That is very true. Like it's just like people don't want to listen, and they feel like, and you know what I've noticed? A lot of people, when they know that you have money or like you're of a certain status, they don't want to listen to you. They're like, oh, this guy, he just doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, obviously, I fucking do.
I thought that's
jealousy.
You know what I've enjoyed? I've enjoyed more than anything else is that nobody believes I have any money.
Oh, no one believes I have money either.
Isn't that awesome? That's the best part. And I'm not going to try to convince them. I don't give a fuck. As far as I'm concerned, technically, I don't have money because I want some more.
Oh, yeah. I definitely need more because, I mean, I have a daughter. I don't want her to ever have to work.
Exactly.
So, like, I got a daughter. So, and that's the only one I can have. I turned my Wi-Fi off as soon as I had her. So, we good. I'm never going to have any other children. So, I don't want any other children. And it's just like, I got to make sure that she's good. I'm good. Boom, boom, bow. We good. Like, it's just ridiculous to me how people don't want to listen to free game, bro. Like, they be like, oh, well, how did you do it? Like, I had to suffer for 5 fucking years.
Yeah.
I had to do that shit. And no one else wants to do it. Just because I made it doesn't mean I'm going to give you a fucking coupon to get into the fucking next class. You just got to do it.
They want instant success.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pay my
Well, I think they want to see
You know
return.
how many DMs? You know how many DMs I've got where it's like, "Oh, pay my bills, Resto." Okay, well, come out and suck my dick. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what you want from me. I'm not just gonna give you money. I'm not just gonna.
That's what they want.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give you
Random people just
knowledge.
DM you and ask you for money. That's weird.
I've gotten
Sure.
like, oh well, I'm a YouTuber, bro. I get random
because
money,
you have a
random
reputation, like you have
random nudes. Yeah, I get nudes and shit. Like it's weird.
God,
I always show my wife. Hey, to everybody out there who's listening right now who sent me nudes, my wife has seen your nudes. I want you to know that.
And you should know that anyway. Like, really.
Keep sending them though. It's hilarious.
Did you get Flow State yet?
Flow State's nude? No, I didn't get Flow State's nude.
Oh, return.
I'm not
sender.
gonna. I won't say whose nudes I got because I'm a respectful guy, honestly. But
we know who you're talking about.
No, I didn't know. I didn't get her nudes. And just to be clear, no, I did not get Lindsay's nudes. It's other people. It's other people.
There's your opportunity, Jeff. Throwing some pictures.
Oh no, y'all. They're out there floating around.
I got Jeff nudes. Hey, if y'all want my news, bro, y'all already know, bro. I got the OnlyFans. It's at Long Schlong. Long Schlong is my name on OnlyFans.
Oh, so. Lord.
Is that Schlong with the CH?
You know, it's funny. I was actually thinking about making the OnlyFans just for the fun of it.
I'm interested in how you could push it as a content platform. What the possibilities are.
Well,
you got so much negative connotation right now.
Hey, yo, that negative was crazy. It was that negative. Hey, yo. Is that negative?
Negative.
Daisy, I think we might be wrapping up actually. So.
Okay, are we wrapping up? Okay, cool.
I don't know.
Yeah, the sun is coming up. Well, the sun's coming up on my side, so I should probably get this.
Well, it can't. The Earth's flat.
My pussy appointment is coming up in about 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, you better go get ready for that. Get your your Brute or your Old Spice or whatever. Your version.
No, I'm actually allergic to Old Spice.
Oh,
me too.
That's probably a good thing.
I break out like a mother humper with that Old Spice crap.
Oh yeah, me too. Like my skin, like I use the Old Spice deodorant, and my underarm skin will start peeling.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, it was so bad, dude. I'm also allergic to Gain, like the Gain detergent.
Oh yeah.
I use a underarm deodorant called Naked. It's like sea salt.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I used to use baking soda. That works.
It's the first kind that doesn't irritate my skin, and it doesn't cause any flakes or anything weird.
Mm-hmm. I've seen.
I usually use I use Dove. I have to order it though, because here in Korea, I don't know if y'all know, but Koreans have a weird thing where they have a gene that's missing, where they don't. Okay, it's gonna sound weird. They just don't get musty. It's super weird. They just don't have the gene to make them musty. So
I heard that before.
Non-fucking existent in stores. No, it's just non-existent in stores. You go to a store and you're like, where the fuck is the deodorant? They don't need it. So it's really kind of rare. You got to order it. So I usually order Dove through the mail.
Apparently, well, they sweat. They have to sweat.
They sweat.
They die if they don't sweat. They just don't have the musky.
The underarm smell is just not there. It's just not there.
The stuff they eat makes up for the lack of the underarm smell.
That is very true, Chuck. That is very true. I've been in a couple of situations where I wanted to punch people because they smelled like the thing that they just ate.
It makes you want to punch people.
Oh yeah.
Dude. Oh my god. Just eating the wrong food.
I don't know if it's just the genes, but they're very good. Their bodies are very good. It's just purging things out. Like
That's me, to be fair.
That's me when I eat garlic. For dinner.
Yeah,
Whenever I eat
because I
anything,
use raw
and
garlic.
blueberries is what I notice the most because I can make my sweat smell like blueberries.
That sounds good. Smells good, actually.
Blueberries are actually purple. There you go.
Facts.
Nerd.
You know, there's no actual food that's blue. No natural food that's blue.
True.
Fish?
Nope.
There's blue fish.
There's
But
no
fish isn't
natural
blue.
food that's blue.
There's
Yeah,
some
the fish
fish
aren't
that
blue.
have blue scales.
Those are the scales. I'm talking about.
Yeah,
blue.
it's like saying
There's
a-
no
Oh, the
Yeah.
flesh itself. Well,
yeah, there's no natural food that's blue.
well, now it's just like category games. But fish is close enough. Blueberries are even close enough for me.
No, those are purple.
I grew some
Blue
blue
enough.
broccoli one time.
Broccoli is even. Fuck it. I'm not.
That's
even
not
gonna-
even. That's man-made. Y'all talk about eating the bugs. Y'all already eat the broccoli.
Y'all are
That's
eating
engineered.
Y'all know vegetables aren't even a thing.
Neither are birds.
There's no category that like vegetables is a like culinary category. There's no actual scientific like group for vegetables. Name a vegetable. I want anybody here to name a vegetable.
It's fruits, berries, legumes, that kind of stuff.
Name a
Broccoli?
vegetable, Chuck. Broccoli's not a
Lettuce.
vegetable. It's
What
a
is it?
stalk. It's a stalk. It's classified
What's
as
lettuce?
a stalk. Lettuce is a leaf. It's not a
Potato is a
vegetable.
root.
Yeah, potato is a root and a stalk. Stalk.
Tomato
sorry.
is a berry.
Yeah, tomato is a berry. Yeah.
Yes.
There is no vegetables. Like nothing is
No,
classified
it's
as
a
an actual
cabbage.
vegetable.
A carrot's a root. Corn.
Nothing
Corn
that
is what? Seed?
It's a starch, I think. I think it's a starch. But it doesn't matter. But nothing that you think is a vegetable is actually a vegetable.
Right. It's a category that we use for convenience because
I just thought that was weird.
Yeah.
I just thought that was weird. Asparagus? No, asparagus is a stalk.
It. So broccoli's in the cabbage family.
Mushrooms are fungi.
Mhm.
Resto,
There's
you
no
in Mensa?
I'm a what? I'm a
Are you in
Mensa. What's the
Mensa?
Mensa?
The High IQ Society.
Oh, I thought you were
I guess
gonna
he's
say
not.
like
He's not
Mensa.
smart enough to know what Mensa is.
Not ministration.
I thought you were like, I thought it was like a trick question. Like that's how degenerate I am. I thought you could be like Mensa my dick or some shit. Like that. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, that's going on a t-shirt too. Let me capture that.
I swear to God, I thought that's where that was going.
It's just plants.
Yeah, there's no vegetables, but yeah, Jeff, thank you for having me, dude.
Yeah,
Everything
like I
is-
said. I hope you enjoy it. Like, enjoy your morning.
Yeah, it's really weird for me to be up here. Like I said, I usually sleep to these streams, but sorry I came up here all delirious and sleepy.
Oh, we enjoyed every second of it. Do it again.
I definitely will. Dennison, don't be a stranger. Chuck, big salute.
Yes, sir. Big
The only
salute.
person that spends more money than me on YouTube.
I'm a pickle. I just want to
Spends
ride
more?
my
Yep.
motorcycle.
Yes, Chuck is one of our patrons.
I was just gonna say Chuck is the only person on YouTube that spends more money than me. But
gonna have his
Hit
own
my cash app. Hit my cash
Oh yeah, I
app.
better hang on.
I love Chuck. He's funny. He's cool. He has like little funny one-liners and shit like that.
He's
A lot
our
of people
revered
hate-
elder.
A lot of people don't like me for that reason. I
Chuck,
don't know why.
the only reason I don't like you is because you're from Tennessee, and all of my toxic exes are from Tennessee. So,
Actually,
I
I'm
can't-
not from Tennessee.
oh,
Careful
you're just
now.
from Tennessee.
I was born and raised in Illinois.
That's not a
you
real
got
place.
demons. You got demons, Dennison. Dennison got demons.
He's doing it on purpose.
Oh,
He's got to be. There's no way.
Moose
Oh,
may or may not be in the
idiot.
back. If it's you, can you cam up? Because it's a
Yeah, there's a lot of fakers
suspicious
out there.
looking icon. All
Okay,
right.
I'll
Moose
drop.
knows
I'll
what
drop
to do.
for Moose.
The real Moose knows what to do.
Moose.
Nice try.
Denizen, your mic is wonked.
But
Well, I'm gonna wrap it up anyway. Rest of
Okay,
us are
all
out.
Wait, can you? Are you Oh, never mind. Nobody that I like is even streaming. Never mind. I was gonna say redirect, but never mind.
Oh yeah, I tried. I have to have 1,000 subscribers to do that. I tried
Oh,
to
do
do
you?
it.
How
It's
many
not
you
unlocked
got?
yet.
What
Huh?
are we up to, Jeff?
I don't know. I need like 140 more to get monetized. I'm almost
All right,
done.
we're gonna get you. We're gonna get you up there. We're gonna get you up there. Hit me up. You got Discord, right?
Yeah, I do. We have a server too. Here, I'm gonna put your channel.
Yep. No, put your Discord in the back. Hit me up. We'll probably do like a little collab or whatever, and then like we'll get your shit up there so you can actually get the redirect and the memberships and the little icons and shit like that. Yeah,
Wow,
we'll get that sorted out.
See how that works, Jeff?
Networking.
Yep.
Wow, good. It happened live on stream too, so everybody could see it and learn from it. Hopefully. Actually, no. I'm what's called an alpha sub, but we could get into that another day because I got kicked off of a panel. Even trying to talk about it.
An alpha sub.
Or I left the panel when they started policing the topic.
Okay, I just put a yurt.
Yep, saw it.
Okay, cool. If I find a panel that I think you'll be good on, or if I feel like we can collab on something, yeah, we can do that. Like, let's just get you
just
up
make
to
sure they
1,000.
can handle me because apparently
he is temperamental though, Resto. He is temperamental.
Come back to males, Jeff. Yeah.
Oh no, males. One of my issues is women and decoding them and the communication and males panel is very feminine energy oriented, and it's not Mel herself. She's cool. And I was on there one night and they were telling this autistic person how to talk and trying to teach him the right word, and I just couldn't handle an adult autistic person getting policed like that. And so I'm very discerning about my panels, and there's little things I look for that have meaning for me of how successful I think I'm going to be on them, because I'm really not trying to disrupt people's experience. I really am going on these panels with the best of intentions because I'm trying to build community.
Well, we understand that, and I manage that channel now, so I'm pretty sure that you would be a great fit over there if you ever come back.
It makes me nervous every time. I love the topics and I participate in the chat, but when I go on the panel, it just makes me nervous.
Hey, we're all nervous, right?
All the people.
Jeff's had a few rough landings.
Yeah, I have. It's nothing out of the ordinary, but
well, I just want you to know you're never unwanted. Except for Denizen. Fuck you, Denizen. You can't come back.
Denizen don't want anybody.
No, I'm kidding. Denizen, come back. What the fuck? Where you been? But
you just can't show up with Nebs there.
Oh yeah, that's another reason.
Wait, who?
She will follow me there.
Neve?
Yeah.
Yeah, Neve.
Hey, Neve's cool.
My experience with the word cool, but
Neve.
She's very abrasive and confrontational. I'm abrasive and confrontational. When you put us together, it's just a match waiting to go off.
True. I mean, I think that y'all can coexist.
Sorry, I got a phone call. I gotta go, gentlemen. I'll see you next time.
Thank you.
He heard Neve and got scared. Denizen heard Neve and got scared. That's crazy.
Yep. They've been clashing like a mofo lately.
Yeah. But I have also heard the word Neve, and I will dip too. Thank you, Jeff, for having me up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I was actually going to go live today, but I decided not to, just so I can come up here.
Oh,
so, there you go. Wow.
I appreciate you.
Well, I'm honored. And if you go live and you want to guest, let me know.
I got to go beat cheeks, so I'm probably not going to go live for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, you have 7 minutes. You better run. Get ready.
Hey, look, it don't take me that long to get there. You know what I mean? So we'll be all right. We'll be all right. But I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody. Shout out fucking Leopard Print. Shout out Scuffed House. Also, fuck Speakeasy, and that's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Rusto, have a good one. I'll go ahead and dip too, Jeff.
Okay, Chuck. Always good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Damn, that was fascinating. That's addiction. I recognize that from the AOL days. He was wanting to stay on the street right up into the very moment. Like even the anticipation wasn't enough to pull him off. So it's, yeah. Well, I guess I know you can microwave a Jimmy Dean breakfast bowl in 3 minutes. So yeah, you could actually make 2 people breakfast. All right. I'll go ahead and wind down. Wow, almost we did over 4 hours today. Yeah, thanks, Dom. Everybody. Maniac, Daisy, Leopard Freak, Mavid, Daniel, everyone. We got Dirty Dog in there. Shadow and Light stopped by. Wow. Everyone on the panel. It's been a very enjoyable Saturday, so thank you. Yep, take care, Daisy. You too. Plasma. I'm glad you got to hike. Keep doing it. I'm like hiking vicariously through you until I get out there on my own. Maniac, it's been cool. I feel like the Wizard of Oz, like Scarecrow, Tin Man, Lion. It was great, our little journey today, which was longer than Dorothy's The Wizard of Oz, actually. Wow. Okay, I'll cut out and probably be back tonight or on some panel.